Okay, and hopefully this is all set up and good to go. Let me get this over to here. We're trying a slightly new camera angle today. My camera had previously been on top of my monitor and then like looking down the monitor, but that meant that it was like all the way at this end of the frame, and it kept anything that I was holding in front of me like out of frame. So I've suspended it from my microphone stand, kind of floating above this area. I think it's slightly more to the left than it was previously. And it is just kind of like skydiving off of my microphone stand. Which also, I have a feeling if I poke my desk at all, is going to give it a bit of a wobble. And we'll see if it ends up just like falling off the microphone stand and tumbling into my monitor at some point. I did because I don't want it falling into this Gundam, I did wrap the cable from it around my microphone stand on one of the tightening pegs, so that if it does fall, it should swing like this way and then smash into my monitor, which is probably also not great, but I figure the monitor would be cheaper to replace than the Gundam. So worst case scenario, I end up needing to buy a new monitor. It probably wouldn't even break the monitor though. It's not that far away. It's only like, I don't know, 8 inches away from the monitor. How bad could that possibly be? And for music today, we're starting out with the AM2R soundtrack, the Metroid fan reboot. But yeah, today the plan is armor pieces. We've got all the armor pieces. I've laid most of it out here, like somewhere. There's some bits slightly off frame here, just because again we're slightly more to the left than we were previously. Not a huge amount, I think. Okay, you can see there, it's only about like 3 inches left from where it was, so it should be fine. And then yeah, this should give me a little bit more space. Like this is a comfortable distance for me to hold things when I'm working on them, and that should actually be in frame now, so that should be nice. But yeah, let's dive in and get started. We gotta start putting 1,000,000 armor panels onto this dude. Step 1. Looks like we're putting knee armor onto you. So let's get going here and start working. And I've turned off the autofocus again and set just a manual focus setting, so hopefully that should be easier to see what's going on here. I'm trying to figure out if I want to have it here or where we want to. Maybe I move this bit up here for now and move this slightly over, and then I can have some space to set stuff there. That should be nice. And I want L1 part 8, which is this little flap here. I don't know if I want to paint this guy or not. I'm leaning towards not. Like, he comes pre-cast in mostly the correct colors, so you can like paint over it to add a little bit of wear and tear and battle damage or whatever. But to be honest with you, like, this should look pretty nice. I've seen some pictures of this thing just like assembled and unpainted, and it looks pretty darn nice. And overall, what I'm seeing so far, I would agree that this looks pretty darn nice. My biggest concern is I would like to use all the stickers because they're very well made and nice looking. And if I put the stickers on, I'm definitely not going to be able to like paint over the stickers. So once we start stickering stuff, we're locked in. So we're probably going to be locked in because I'm probably going to be antsy and just get going here. But that should be fine. Cleaning up some details with the old knife. It wants me to bend this knee backwards so that we can put this panel onto... Let's just get him down. Put this panel onto here. And I'm guessing it would be helpful if I bent this up, just to make my life a little bit easier, because it looks like this snaps mostly onto here. That right? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. I can see some of the silver truss sticking through there, which is what we want. That goes onto there. Can I safely swing the leg back down this way now to make my life easier? I can, okay. Like having to sit there with his leg bent is really awkward. So now it wants... This goes into here? Oh yeah, it just kind of flips in. So that could, I'm assuming this can like, oh yeah, it can like flip open. So you can see nothing. There's really nothing exposed behind there, but I guess... Oh, is it supposed to be like a weapon port? That might be a weapon port, because there's like something circular behind that. Interesting. That one's pretty loose. Most of this, like, connections and joints on this have been pretty stiff, which I actually like, because it makes it holds its position better. That one's pretty darn loose. L5. Start trucking through. Yeah, we'll just kind of keep poking through this. I'm thinking it'll probably be 1 or 2 more, like, streams worth to finish everything up. Just because it's... We're getting closer to the end here, and J1? Another panel of some sort. Very tiny. Alright. Clean these up a tiny touch. That barely even needs it. I'm tempted to leave it. If there is anything rough there, it might actually just add some stiffness to it. Yeah, that one's nice and clean. Alright, we're good. The nice bit with these white panels is that any stress marking from clipping it out is basically invisible. Stress marking on polystyrene tends to just show up as white. So this is nice and invisible on here. We want the back of this leg, and this just clips onto here somewhere. Now that we've got the front and the back, it should be a little easier to see what I'm working with, and then I'm guessing this just kind of fits in. Is there any special trick to this? No. 5, 6. Boom. Alright. Panel in place. That should be good. What's up next? J1, 2 of these 8s. Okay, so it's these circular bits, bearing covers or something? I don't know. We'll see. I was also messing around with setting up some 3DS stuff on my PC earlier. I've got that all working again, which is nice. Some of that was one of the files that did not transfer over when I got the new PC. I didn't have my 3DS set up on here. I'm tempted to look and see if I can set up Wii U on here, because I wouldn't mind doing Twilight Princess HD at some point, and I certainly don't own a Wii U. And I'm definitely not going to go looking around for a used Wii U at this point, because, like, good lord, come on. The Wii U is very dead. So wait, it wants this, like this. And it says it's just supposed to go over this? It really doesn't want to. Did I get that right? No, I don't think I got the right ones there. I think I got... Yeah, I got part 9. Ah, that's probably for the ankles. That's why that feels very tiny. There we go. There are two of these, and they're very similar, but slightly different size. So let's just... get that there. Okay. Again, check any cleanup we need, but honestly looking pretty darn good. It also feels like this white plastic might be a little softer than the rest of this kit has been. Oh yeah, that's gonna slide right on there. Perfect. And then same angle on this side, down and towards the front. Perfect. Next, 17, and then I want L1, 1 and 2. 17 is this guy. Dig through this. This feels like it might have under. No? Is it not? It felt like it might have had under. But I think we're good. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. This one's got a little bit of cleanup it needs though. There we go. Okay. Okay. And then, okay, so step one is I am supposed to put this onto here. That's gotta go lower, right? Like we got it. This has to be like, yeah, okay, right there. Let me just make sure we've got that on there as far as it's supposed to go. Perfect. And then L1, part 2. This big flat bit here. Get you out, and then L1, part 1. Okay, is the other portion of this. Back is going to be stiff from leaning forward in this chair all the time. We're getting full gamer posture engaged here. All right. Looking good. Alright, so, next step. This facing upwards into here. I don't know why it's saying this like it matters which order you do these in. It definitely wouldn't. And then this facing downwards. In there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. These are two slightly different colors too. There's like a slightly darker gray on all these panels in the front. I think it's actually intentional. I think they did this to like, yeah, because this is a slightly darker gray than that. And this is a lighter one. I think it's done to just add some contrast and highlight to it, which should look very nice once it's all put together. Looks a little goofy right now. L17. This. Okay, and then J1, 13. That's the other bit about painting this guy, is it's all white. And man, painting things white is real annoying. Because if there is any faults, it shows up super clearly. Like if you got any brush strokes visible, or your paint's not thinned down enough, or your paint's too thin down, it is gonna be a nightmare. White and yellow are pretty awful with that. Mostly because they won't let us use horribly toxic paint pigments anymore. Alright. Get you... Is that right? That looks about right. Yeah, okay, it's on there, so that's right. So then this bit here, like... I just like... Oh god, hold up, we're gonna bring this guy closer to me so that I don't break him while I'm putting this on there. Get a better grip on this. Oh. I want my right hand being the one. There we go. That's in place. Next up, we want J, 15, 16, and 12. So that's these guys here and this. I'll have to see if I can go find somewhere I can source lead-based white paint. I'm sure someone out there still makes it. And cadmium-based yellow paint. I mean, you can get a hold of lead still. Like, that's not that difficult to get a hold of. I don't know how difficult it is to, like, get a hold of cadmium. Like, I don't know if you can just order that on Amazon or not. I'm kinda guessing not. I don't know if you just, like, mortar and pestle down some cadmium into some paint base. That gives you yellow paint? Oh. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking good. Okay. So, I need this bit to go onto the inside of this leg. Is that about right? Can't tell if that's on there as tight as it's supposed to be or not. But it's on there. This feels a little loose in the back. Maybe that gets like held in place by something else though. That's entirely possible. Yeah, there's not a lot holding it in place on that backside there. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, neither of these is like particularly firmly attached. Is that what this piece is for? Oh no, it actually wants these on... Wait, hold up. Does this matter? It's telling me to put these on second. Maybe that does matter. Maybe we back these guys off for a second. And put this piece in first? Why would that matter? Like, if anything, that makes it fit worse. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not... Okay, that snapped in nice. Why aren't you snapping in nice? There we go. There was a bit in the front that had to snap in, and I think that's gonna hold that back on tighter now. Interesting. Don't know how that works. But, not looking too bad. One thing they did that was kind of cool on this is almost all of these armor pieces, anywhere they meet, they actually have a beveled edge slightly out from each other, so that you get a bit of like definition on the panel lines without having to like go in and paint it in, which is cool. L1, 3, and 4, and this is just supposed to go... Okay. Oh, I see. This is going to go onto those swing bits inside the calves. So that's how the swing bits are going to work. Gotcha. These pieces like actuate off of them. We're getting down to the end of this. And my camera hasn't skydived yet, so that's encouraging. Doesn't even really look like it's slipping at all. Neat. Okay. Now then, I imagine these should be pretty straightforward to line up because they're only going to fit in one side. It's like I don't even really need to look at the instructions because they go here and here, and they are definitely only going to fit on the side they're supposed to go on. And now this is where we find out if we've got those things snapped in correctly, because those didn't want to snap in very well. And I was like, I'm going to find out when I go to put the armor panels on if I've got it right. Because if it's not right, the armor panels won't line up. That doesn't look terrible. Is there a... Ah, you can open these somehow. Is it from down here? How do you want me to open this? You like bring that bit out a little bit and then this whole thing lifts? 'Cause this should... Yeah, you can like pivot that bit out. And then like snap it back in. Cool. Alright. J5 and J14. 5 is this guy. Make sure we're not cutting the wrong bit here. Cool. I mean, so far, knock on wood, everything's gone together pretty nicely on this guy. I haven't had any, like, colossal mistakes where it's like, oh god, I'm gonna have to do, like, repair work on this thing. A few dumb little, like, wait, I need to put that piece in before this piece, which the instructions did tell me, but even then, it wasn't that difficult to work around. Okay, so this goes... Oh, I see. Hold up, we're gonna need a good grip on you for this. I see how this goes on. This goes on to either side of that. So I can like snap it in there and then fold it in. God, that is... Alright. And then we're doing J14? It should be this guy. Alright. A little bit of cleanup off the edge of that. Clean up off the edge of that. And how does this go on? Angled bit down right over this little central kneecap bit here. And that is it. So that just kind of sits there like that. It's coming along. Okay, now we want N4 12. N4 is... Which piece was that? Ah, it's one of these. There were some bits I had to cut off of other sprues. So I have N4, 12, and 13. So 13 is going to be the rear heel. Got it. So 12 is going to be my toe. Need to smooth out some of these. There are some rough bits on this that are going to be on visible-ish surfaces. It's going to be towards the bottom of his toe. So not the most visible, but still visible. Alright. 12. Then I want O2 16. Which is this bit here. These are actually two different shades of red as well. They're really going for that contrast. Anytime there's going to be two panels next to each other, they're trying to slightly contrast it to like them stand out a little bit more, which is cool. Alright. Oh, I see. Maybe I didn't want to... Ah, well, whatever, it's fine. There's a slight groove here. They had a connection point attached to. Actually going to be used as part of the pivot point. Maybe they had it cut out cleanly on there, so we'll hope that we didn't file that down too much. I think if I need to reinforce that, how I would go about doing that. We'll see. If I just shove you in there now. So, how do you figure this works? you want me to go... Okay, wait, I see it. You want me to go in there and then back like that and through. Is that right? That's very strange, but whatever. And then this goes onto this toe. Now that it's on there, can I... Yeah, okay, you can like flip that bit up to expose the inner workings of the toe. If you want to. Weird. Alright, and then part 4 needs to be O215, which is going to be one of these big steppy boys here. Very interesting. I'm trying to remember if I did AM2R on stream. I remember I did Samus Returns, which is like the official Nintendo remake of Metroid 2. In the like lead up to Dread coming out, but I don't remember if we did AM2R or not. I don't even know if I have AM2R on this computer anymore. I may have to go digging a little bit. Alright, you go onto the bottom? How does this fit? Oh, this goes into the middle of the foot. Not onto the toes. We'll flatten the toes out a little bit while I put that on there. Okay. We're good. And then O217. The AM2R was real good. Like, it's like I have finished that. I still remember how much free time I had back when Dread came out, if I was able to get through AM2R or not. I remember we did all of the main series Metroid games, and I think we did Prime 1 and 2. I don't think we ever did Prime 3. It's something I'll have to get back to at some point. Okay, so you want this onto the bottom of the foot there. Good. So next up, it wants this rotated up and this rotated down to like expose the foot a bit. Okay. Does it matter which order I do these in? It doesn't claim that it does, so J16. It's gotta be this big bit right here, right? That's gotta be right. I don't know how long we'll go for tonight. I work tomorrow. I can't be up super late. Like, we're not doing like a 8-hour stream or anything like that. But I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if we even have 8 hours of building left to do on this thing. We might be getting down to the end of this. This is going to go... fit parts as tightly as they will go. Well, right now, they won't go at all, so that's... I think we're gonna need tighter than that. How about if we fit the parts there, There we go. Fit the parts as tightly as they will go. That seems pretty good. Oh, and you can still flex that toe up. And then I need 0213, which is this guy. I'll try something different here. I'll trim these a little farther out than I had been. And then try cutting that off and see if it's less of a noticeable mark after I cut that down. Not gonna lie, I don't see that much of a difference. I think if anything, I'm just making more work for myself. Yeah, I may go back to my cutting a little bit closer. Like, maybe if I leave a larger bit of nub that I have to cut off here, that's gonna leave a less visible mark, but no, it seems to leave exactly the same mark. I just have to spend a bunch more time getting it down. Well, maybe it's a little better. It's fine. 13 goes in here. Ah, okay, so that goes like onto that. And then this is 12 on the other side, which should be this bit. Okay. Oh, there's ones on the other side. Got it. We're gonna compare my methods here and see if I notice anything terribly different. Not really. Like, there's always a little bit of a, like, discolored spot where you cut it. You can usually reduce pretty much to nothing. I just kind of slowly and carefully sanding that down a little bit. Smoothing it out. Perfect. And then you go on the other side. Snap in. Nice. And then last bit. Needs your foot and back into position. Heel down. Face down. Okay, 13, which is this big bit here that I cut off of part N, or runner N. How are we looking here? Good. Okay, it wants this to go on first. Wants me to wants me to push this on. Like that. Then it wants L1 part 9. I was like, I also got the replacement batteries, or the real batteries, whatever. The ones that are not, quote, for testing for the beam saber lighting today. So, swapped one of them in. I don't know if it's gonna matter or not. It doesn't seem like it's any brighter or anything, but whatever. I also don't know how LEDs work. Can you just like, you just shove more power into them? Do they get brighter? Is that how that works? Oh, because the lights in the central chest are pretty dim, all things considered. So like, I don't know if you can just like shove more power at them. And then they'll be brighter. I might look for batteries that will fit into that slot that have more voltage. Just run a little more voltage through it. Not sure if that's how that works or not, or if that's just going to set fire to my Gundam, but that's a problem for future Alex. Okay. We'll do some Googling before we start with that. But yeah, the 3 volt that I'm getting running through there right now is like not really doing anything. I feel like it needs more oomph. Okay, you go on, and then you go onto the underside here. Okay. Now what? Ah, these 2 bits that I cut out earlier. And it wants them arranged like this, roughly. And like this. Okay. And then J1 part 7 is this guy. There's only a couple bits left on this sprue, too. Definitely getting to the end of this. Should at the bare minimum finish the legs today and probably the waist. And maybe the chest. I'm not gonna lie, if we finish the chest, I'm probably gonna be like, screw it, we're doing the rest of this, because I'm not just gonna leave the arms and the head. Well, maybe I should, because I've also got to do like the weapons and the shield and the, what's it called, the core thingy. That just goes onto there, huh? And that's kind of like, oh, okay, that can like kind of pivot back and forth to shore up the back of the legs there. All right. And then we want this bit, which is going to be J1 part 10. Sorry, L1 part 10. I was like, I'm not seeing it out of 10. It's this bit. Alright, that goes onto there, this goes onto here. Good deal. Cool. Is there a way to tell which side is up on this? Okay. Angle bit down. I like that this is all one piece, because these gray bits underneath that are actually two different pieces that meet in the middle, and they've wanted to like push away from each other, so that being all one piece should help hold that together a little bit more firmly. Okay, now I want J10 and 11, which are these little flaps here. That should actually aid in like structural reinforcement on that a little bit, which is nice. Get that all... Oh, careful. Once you start cutting this loose, it gets a little swingy. Alright. Part 10. Anything major need adjustment on you? Nothing huge. Alright. Piece 10 goes onto this side. It claims it should just like... Is that right? Feel right. I need to get you into there. Oh, no, that's okay. We can go like that. Okay. That does line up. Like, we'll have one leg done shortly. Alright. That's clicked into place. That's all good to go. And then I just need to get G2, which are these little guys here, which look like they're thrusters of some sort, and yeah, they must go on the bottom of the feet. So, can I get you to flip over so that you're the easy side up? There we go. Not much left to do here. And we've got one leg down. Ah, I got something in my eye. Probably plastic flakes. Alright. Not gonna worry myself overly. Well, I say that. There's a really rough edge sitting right in front of me. Can't have that. Well, to say I'm not gonna worry myself overly much about the alignment of the different. There's little lines on here to kind of look like the internals of a jet engine. And on the ones in the backpack, I tried to make sure they were all like centered. I'm probably not going to worry about that too much on the ones on the bottom of the feet, because I can't imagine I'm going to be spending a terribly large amount of time with those visible. I suppose depending on the pose you put them in, if you have like one leg up or something, that could be important, but I'm just going to have them standing, so I don't think it's going to matter terribly much, and I am not going to lose brain cells trying to sort that out. Okay, good. Good. Alright. That is one leg fully armored up and complete. The little thrusters on the bottom of the feet there. Everything should still be posable and functional and able to, yeah. bend into place as needed. Beautiful. It's a bit of a shame, because there's some, like, really nice detail that's just completely covered now. Like those pistons in there. Can you flip this down? I'm not sure you can. Yeah, those pistons are basically gone now, which is a real shame because they're very cool, but I guess I know they're there. Let's get started on the next leg. Wants my knee exposed for this next bit. We're doing L14, which is going to be this leg covering here. A bit of a shame that you just kind of have all this really cool work on the inside of it. Like they really, clearly took some time and thought on the design of the internals on this thing to make sure it was all, functional and posable and worked and everything. Like this is one of the most advanced model frames I've ever seen. And then you're just gonna cover it all up, and you're never gonna see any of it again. This. Let me flip you out of my way. Cool, you're on there. Good. What else do you need? L2, part 8. Part 8. Making progress, though. I've just about cleared 2 of these runners. It's like L1 and J1 are looking pretty worn out here. And as far as loose bits, I've only got the thrusters and the toe and the heel cover. Okay, you onto there, get in there. Beautiful. Straighten the leg back out. Flip you onto your front. L1. I think that's it for this guy. And J1, J1 part 2, which is this guy here. And I think that's it for this guy too. You can clear that out of there. Be gone with you. Ah, my eyes. I feel like I might have a hair in my eye or something. I'm gonna be very careful to make sure that I don't go to rub my eye while holding a scalpel. That would be a stupid way to put an eye out. Alright. You, one sec, let's just raise that out of my way. You onto there, nice and tight. And then you onto there. Okay. Good to go. Next up. Got that piece on. J2. Start bringing this guy down. We need the big ones. The knee motor covers or servo covers. Must be said, there is a fair bit of this guy. Considering this thing is supposed to be 18 meters tall, some of the gaps in this armor are substantial. Like, they might not look that big on the model, but then you're like, oh right, that would be like a meter. Like, most of that servo there is still exposed. Alright, can I get you flattened out a little bit? There we go. He's much more stable now. Next up, J2 17. Am I holding J2? Yeah, 17. All the way over here. It feels like this guy's armor plating definitely leaves something to be desired. If I were the pilot, I would want more armor plating on here. I mean, I'm assuming that the torso is probably reasonably well armored. Considering that's where, like, the pilot's at. I mean, just, oh, it's already behind, like, several layers of paneling. Definitely pretty tucked in there. Alright. Are we good? Yes. Good. Make sure we got all these cleaned up. Good. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. You go onto the other knee. Get you into place. You slot into here. Oh yeah, I can be pretty safe in saying that, yeah, all these bits should just kind of click in, and away you go. Perfect. What does this bit open up for? Doesn't seem to be anything important behind there, but I'm sure it's some kind of access point for something. Next up, something down here. L2 7. I hate that it's L2 and J2 because they look very similar in the print. And thankfully, I don't think any of these pieces are going to be like interchangeable where you're going to be able to fit them in there. So worst case scenario, I clip a piece off and go, oh, that's not right. When I try to put it on there and I go, this isn't even remotely the right shape. Everything here is pretty straightforward. Sweet. You're into there. Good to go. J213. With any luck, where are we at here? We're at about an hour in, about a leg and a half through. Probably got like 4-ish hours that I can stream tonight. Maybe 5 if I really want to push it. So we'll see. I'd say there's reasonable chance we can just finish this guy tonight. If it wants to go together. In there, you. Is there any trick to you? Are you just supposed to go straight in? There we go. Give it a good shove. That'll do it. Alright, next up. Cav side covers and the side cover panels. Get this all taken apart. Would have been nicer if they would have put that connection piece up there, not gonna lie. On the flat bit instead of on the curve. But maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe the pressures wouldn't have worked out right when for casting. I was like, there's a lot more factors that go into designing these sprues that I definitely would not have access to the info to make an informed decision on. I remember watching a video from some smaller, I don't remember who it was some smaller scale company that was getting into model building. They were doing like fantasy knockoff Warhammer stuff and D&D stuff and whatever. And they gave a tour of their production facilities of like the actual like injection molding sites and how they showed a behind the scenes of how they design and make all the sprues and walked you through like the full process of like how it all works and why you see things laid out the way you see them laid out, and really interesting. Gave me a lot more appreciation for how much time goes into all this. Alright, so this needs to push into there. Wait. I did this dumb again. Okay, that's okay. I just remember that it wants me to put that middle bit in first, doesn't it? Yeah. That's okay. We'll just do it now. I'm sure it'll be fine. Also, man, I am cooking in here today. Feels downright tropical in this computer room. May go open the door a little bit, we'll see. Okay, you need to go in there, and I have a feeling you're gonna wanna, yeah, you're gonna get in the way of that, so we're just gonna, get in there. Okay, perfect. And then, now we can shove this on. We did that wrong twice. Once per side. Come on. Alright. Looking okay. And next up, I'm guessing, is, yeah, the side covers for both of these. Perfect. That's getting pretty low on parts. Is there any order to this that matters? No. We'll just get them all on there then. Let me sand these down a little bit. Good to go. Good to go. Good to go. Okay. Onto there. Onto there. Good to go. And then we've got some more bits going onto the front. I've got this piece right here. It needs to go on. Oh god. Don't cut that. Cut that. And right there. Alright. You know, my mic is making a pretty darn good camera stand here. Should have tried this sooner. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I can keep it all. Cause sometimes I really got to get it right close to my eyes so I can see what the hell's going on here. Because when you're looking for any raised bits or anything that needs smoothing out, it's, you know, white plastic on white plastic, which doesn't always stand out the best. But alright, you're on there. Last bit is J214. Get this on there. Yeah, it's still like, sometimes I'm gonna need to have it a little closer, but for the actual assembly and everything, it's been much easier to keep things a bit more in shot. Focus is still gonna be a pain in the ass, but that's okay. Turns out the autofocus isn't great. Ah, it's because this leg isn't as straight as that leg. There we go. I was like, why do these not look the same? Okay. Got that set up. So now what? Next step we need to do. This part here from sheet N, this is like the toe armor or toe cover. I guess armor is probably the right word. Really need to worry about that. Do need to worry about that. Some unfortunately placed connection points here, but look at the other one. It's not too bad. So, step 1 U, then I want step 2 this guy. Smooth that out. Okay. Speaking of connection points that don't look great. Alright. Feed that through the gap, and then up, and then back forward, and then rotate it down. And then take this whole thing and push into place farther forward than you'd expect onto that. Cool. Then I want O215. Start swinging that around. This thing is so fun, though. I am super thrilled with how enjoyable this has been to build. I might just end up looking for like a list of like most enjoyable to build. Gundam models, because this has been pretty damn fun, I gotta say. It's been quite nice putting together. And now that I've gotten the big expensive one out of the way, I don't need to worry as much about if I want to pick up some other ones. Because I already bought the stupid one. Alright. 0217. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to get the Endless Waltz version of Wing. Wing Zero, just because, like, it's a pretty cool looking model. I do remember that from when I was growing up, so would be neat to have. And a Death Scythe. At some point a Death Scythe is gonna happen, because I do like my Death Scythe. Alright, you go onto the bottom of there. Hey, toe panel, stay closed. Next up. Servo covers for the ankles. Those will need some cleanup because I was being super lazy. Not as bad as I would have thought, to be honest. A little bit of rough spot, but less obnoxious than I genuinely would have predicted. Yeah, like I can see one right there. I really can't see much other than that though. Alright, cool. I've got the other side now to use as a guide for angles. So we just shove you onto there. And you onto there. Sweet. And then we got a piece going onto the heel, which is going to be J27, which is a little guy down here, which is, of course, internal connection points. Quite a few of those today. Can make getting in there to trim them a little bit messy. The edge of my mouse pad is just covered in little plastic scraps because I keep using it to like wipe the edge of my knife off on. Just because they, you know, any little plastic shavings, I don't want them on there because I'm gonna make it harder to smooth out any other bits I need to smooth out. Because I keep wiping it off in that same spot, it's like completely covered now. Alright, hold up. You. Is this right? I thought we did this later in the last part. Oh, did I just skip ahead a few steps? I think I did. Alright, that's fine. Not a big deal. I think I skipped from the top of the page to the bottom of the page. That's okay. Next up, we want the middle of the page. So, which is going to be foot forward and ankle guard back, and then J26, which is this big flat piece here. But yeah, thankfully any mistakes I've made in this have been very simple. Like, whoops, I put that piece on before the other piece, but thankfully it's a piece that doesn't matter. I haven't had any colossal, like, oh, this is going to be a massive headache. We'll see if I'm about to make that. I don't know how big of a headache this is going to be fixing what I just did, but it shouldn't be that bad, I don't think. Yeah, you really didn't want to line up. I remember this when I was putting that one on the other side. It really did not want to go in there. mean, guess we'll find out. I think that's right. It's so hard to tell until I've got that other piece on there. I suppose the other piece is what we're putting on right now, is it? It is. So I want 0213 because I want to test if this isn't as snug as it's supposed to be. It's really hard to tell. Because it's just kind of floating right now. Like it's not really touching anything. So it might be fine. Or it might be, you know, like several millimeters away from this one and going to look ridiculous. I'm going to need to find out why it's not pushing in all the way. Only one way to find out, though. Which is going to be to take this. Oh my god. Get in there. Yeah, that's 100% not down as far as it's supposed to be. Why are you not in there? Hold up. Something isn't right there. Okay. Hold up. What is your hang up? Why are you not slotted in where you're supposed to be? There we go. Just had to find the right angle to put some leverage on it. Okay. He's standing a little more stably now. Now we need to get side panel on the other side. But getting this all snapped together is a real test of the understructure too, because like if I didn't line any of the frame up correctly or the truss up correctly, then these aren't going to line up correctly. I'm going to have to figure out what I need to do to smooth that out. But so far, everything I've been pushing in has just kind of snapped into place with a little bit of finagling. It seems like everything we built has gone the way it's supposed to, which is good. And then we're building the rest of the heel, which it wants N, okay, the big N piece from up here, and I'm gonna probably need to smooth that out a little bit. Oh god, I remember this song. This song was awful. This song is so much worse in the Game Boy version. It's like, it sounds like your Game Boy broke, which I think was maybe what they were going for, but it doesn't sound great on this. Is this right? Did we just shove this onto here like this? I mean, that feels right. It looks right. And then L2. We'll see if this is going to be a problem. Because I put that rotating back of the heel armor in place, is that going to block me from putting this in? We'll find out. It might. So we want you... Let's just remove that for now. We want you... Yeah, slid in there, and that looks good. Did I headbutt the camera? Are we good? I think I may have given the camera a bit of a nudge. Let me just that. Cool. Camera seems to be fine. Okay. That's all in place. Foot's back forward. I did this next step because I read them in the wrong order. And now we're getting to the final bits of my L2 and J2 runners. So 2 legs down in what, an hour and a half? Not terrible. In fact, that's done, right? Get that out of there. Should be good there, should be good there, should be good there. Flip you over. Upside. Blow some of that out of there. Okay. I believe we're good there. And now, get these covers onto this. These covers didn't fit particularly well either. Alright. That's the end of J2. Sand that off. Also, we're gonna, real quick, switch this music as soon as I get this piece slotted in before this song drives me insane. I think we'll just go to the Metroid Prime Trilogy soundtrack. I agree, Metroid's a good choice for this work. The right style of sci-fi. Alright, give me... Just give me the whole trilogy. I don't want... Yeah, just... cut me to there. We'll cut to the Frigate Orphean's ambient track. And then back to my camera so I can see what's going on here. Beautiful. I mean, that looks like it's about even. Oh, I missed a step on here. I have to cover. When does this piece go on? It goes on 2 steps ago, and I just didn't see it. And it's the end of this runner, so we can chuck this runner too. I believe all that's left is to slap the thrusters on the feet, and that is the end of the legs. I think up next is the waist, so I'll just go grab the runners for that real quick. They're just sitting in the box behind me. Let's get you slotted onto the bottom of the foot. Perfect. And then clean up these, because I know they're going to need it, because the other ones definitely did. Notice these clear plastic pieces tend to be made of a much harder plastic. It tends to leave a little bit more noticeable cut points from where you cut it off the sprue. The softer plastic usually isn't so bad, but this stuff definitely leaves a pretty noticeable mark. Well, I don't care too much because these are going on the underside of his feet. Still might as well make him look somewhat nice. Just in case. Alright. That's 2 legs. Fully covered and done and ready to go. That shoved in there nice. Yeah, it stands super nice. We get it somewhat an angle there? Alright, beautiful. Honestly, it's a lot smoother now, too. Okay, legs done. Up next is the waist. I gotta go assemble me some waist bits. Let me, real quick, set that there. And we'll spin around here. All these bits are behind me. I might, real quick, while we're on this step, I think Bethany said they're not going to be in here anymore tonight, and I might hijack their chair and just lay out the remainder of the sprues that I have here on this chair so that I can just turn around and leaf through that instead of having to dig through the boxes, because that would be much easier. Alright. Beautiful. Is there anything on this anymore? This looks empty. I'm going to set it over onto the side here, because I'm pretty sure that's actually empty and doesn't actually have anything on it anymore. And it was probably just there were 2 of them, and it had me hang on to it in case you hadn't pulled everything off of one. That goes there. Grab this. These are both empty bags. Those can go in the garbage. Get this all into my reach. There's one bit there that's definitely part of the gun. I don't need that right now. So K2 white and M2 white. There's my M2. Still inside of a bag. Beautiful. Matter of fact, this is M1 or M4, M2. Any other M's on here? No. Okay, so I don't need M1 or M4 or M3. We just need M2. And then K2, which is also white. Which I already used a K somewhere. So I should have, yeah, K2 available on its own without having to bring a whole pile of other stuff with it. There we go. Okay, 2. And then I need G2, which is a multicolored sheet, which I think is the one that has the big star for the shield on it, which is this bit, and I only need, I apparently need this little yellow chevron. This is very tiny. There's a very small yellow chevron. And then I need everything off the top here. And are these all the same? No, they're not. These are 2 13s and 2 12s. So, 13... 12 we'll put up here. Make sure I don't get them mixed together. We'll clean these up as we're using them, not as I'm cutting them now, because I don't want to spend the time cleaning them all up right now. 13, beautiful. Also, place your bets now on that little tiny chevron getting knocked off the desk onto my floor. And then I have to find it amidst the carpet. Because if Warhammer model building has taught me anything, the odds are high. Okay, H, which is another multicolor sheet. We're using everything from down here, which is 19s and 20s. Alright, cool. We'll do the same system. We'll put the lower number up top, and we'll put the higher number down at the bottom. Because I definitely have a tiny piece of Nagash hiding in my carpet somewhere. So the 19 we'll put up here. Beautiful. You know, I turned off the other soundtrack because I was like, I don't necessarily need the constant beeping driving me insane. And I see we've decided to continue that trend. That's okay. It's just the escape track from this one. The rest of Prime's theme soundtrack is pretty damn good, to be honest. Alright, so these are my 20s down here. And again, we'll clean them up as we use them, not as I'm cutting them, because I don't feel like doing the cleanup right now. Alright. Good. And then I'm looking for part N4, which is a basically empty red sprue. Ah, here it is. They aren't kidding. I think there's just the one piece left on it. So, let's get that off and ready to go. Oh, and I already see where that little chevron's gonna end up. I think now that I've got that piece trimmed off, we can just chuck N4. I don't need that anymore. Nothing on there, get it out of my way. Ow. Okay, we're turned back around, we're assembled. The chevron is still where it's supposed to be. This is back down on my lap. Oh, sweet. Step 1. Put the chevron in place. And a confirmation that N4 is a dead runner now, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. It's giving me a reminder to cut out cleanly on this chevron, so we are gonna make sure that is as clean as I can get it. That said, this piece is mighty tiny. I'll assume I want this cut out cleanly too. To be fair, try to cut them all out cleanly. I've been pretty good, I think, about cleaning up the pieces before I attach them this time. I'm sure there's going to be people that don't like my technique of cleaning it up, and I'd be like, why aren't you using an actual sanding stick? But them, they go buy your own model. Fine. Everything seems to have been fitting together, honestly, really nicely. Alright. Take this bit. Push this into... somewhere, up here on the crotch. Is that right? Okay. That looks about right. Now, K2-21. Like, we'll see how much more there is to go on this. Alright, K2-21 is the next piece supposed to be going in. It's supposed to just kind of slot straight in over the front of the crotch here. Line that up with that. There's stickers behind this. I just noticed that when I was sliding in there. There are stickers that we placed that are now completely covered by that. And that is not a rotating piece. That doesn't come off or anything. Those stickers are now just never going to be visible. What was the point of them? M212. Absolutely wild. Okay. M212 is going over the top of this and pushed down into position. This whole thing feels like it's sitting at a slightly jaunty angle. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that's supposed to be. Oh, there we go. Maybe that was just not snapped in all the way. Now it feels a little less silly looking. I feel like I'm squeezing his bulge here. Does that bit move? It goes like down. Like you can recess it in and then flatten it back up with this bit. Maybe it's if he needs to take a pee. M213. He's got a fly on this thing. Is that how they do like oil changes? Just pop this open, drain it all out. Okay. Good. Go. Now there's like a bottom cover that goes... Alright, hold up. I remember this bit. This bit rotates. I couldn't figure out why in the hell they needed a rotating bit at the bottom of his crotch. Let me guess. You can just flop this open. I feel like the answer is yes, and I've just got to get the right... Yeah, you can just flop that right open. I don't know why you can flop that open. Very strange indeed. I feel like this whole crotch mechanism isn't fitting together as nicely as I would have liked. Just need to push that down. There we go. That looks better. Okay. We have secured the crotch. Now I believe the next step is on the back. And we're gonna flip them. Okay. I want this cylinder off of here. This looks like it's more of a like structural part, like it's going to be used for something rather than a part of the model, because there's no like detail printed onto it, and there's some like exposed bits that seem like it wouldn't be there if it was like part of the actual like Gundam. This seems like it's more of a modeling part. Makes me very curious what this is going to be about. So step one, we shove you into there. Like that, with the little peg facing outwards. And then we take K2. That K2 18, yeah. And we're going to cover that up. I'm guessing it's going to be exposed through here. What's the point of this? Why does he have a spinny tailbone? This just goes over that. Okay, hold up. We gotta rotate these little armor mounts to the side to make sure there's room. Okay, and that's gonna help reinforce that central joint, which is nice. Okay. Butt reinforced. Now you want M215. I feel like something is going to end up attaching to that, and I don't know what. Kind of just glancing ahead a little bit here and see if I see it attaching anything to that, but I don't. What is the point of that? Why is that a rotating bit? Is there really just nothing that goes on there? Very strange. I wonder if it's going to be like a mounting point for one of the weapons? Possible. Okay, M2, 15 is going on to here. Let me just fold this up while we're doing this a little bit to make it easier to position all of that. Does that seem right? Yeah, okay, hold up. Cool. That's fine. Then K219. I'm not sure what his little spinny tailbone is all about. Because there definitely is like a... Yeah, like I can rotate that. And you can spin it around. And there's like a really ugly exposed bit there. That doesn't feel like it should be there. It's gotta be like a connection point for a weapon mount or something. Maybe you can like sling the rifle across his back and it'll connect onto that. We'll find out. Because yeah, right now it just feels like it's an unnecessarily bland moving bit that I don't really like the look of. I mean, I wasn't planning to have him holding the rifle anyway. I was planning to have him holding the lit beam sword, and then either have the other hand free or holding the shield. Okay, hold up. I need to get this flatter on there. Let me bring you up so I can attach you. I mean, it's okay. Is there more that goes onto there? Oh, there is. Sweet. H19, which is one of these. So we got our 12s and our 19s up top, and our 13s and our 20s down below. Okay. And what does that pair with? 13. Which is this big guy here. What is this going to be? Are we good? How do you want this? Step 1, it wants me to take this piece and clip it onto there, and then take this piece not gonna lie, I'm tempted to just remove the entire like bracket for this off of here while I'm putting this together, because you can. I feel like it'd be a lot easier to assemble this if I just had it in my hand. Now, I say that, I think I might have got it. There's like a little bit of exposed stuff here, but maybe there's supposed to be? Like there's a gap in that yellow, and there's a gap right there in the corner. It doesn't seem like you'd be able to fit that anymore in there. We'll say it's fine. But plate 1 assembled. The cheek is complete. Alright, M216. So we're doing the same thing on the other side now. It's like, this feels a little floppy. For how, like, well-fitting and stiff most of this has been. These plates here are a little on the flop side. Alright, get you onto there, get you onto there, watch him. Trying to go skydiving. K220. Huh. We'll get him eventually. That's what I like to see. I genuinely don't know where the cut points were on this. That's nice. Alright. Yeah, this is like a little wobbly there. And like, it's pushed in. Well, whatever. What do we want on this other side here? Rear side, we want an H20? Oh, okay, I see how this is gonna work. So it's one, yeah, one's left, one's the right. I'm assuming these other ones are just for the front. That's gonna be that same kind of setup. A little odd, but that's okay. So then, yeah, this is gonna go onto here. Just kind of float there, to be honest with you. It doesn't really, like, clip into anything. And then one of these. I'm trying to find places to set him where he's not going to slide off the desk. He seems to be pretty stable. It's just the feet don't quite want to fit where I've got them. So they're kind of floating over the edge here. Okay. Then this goes onto here. We give that a squeeze. Okay. I mean, not quite even across the two sides, and why is that? There's something I'm missing here? Why aren't you, like, attaching the way it did on the other side? Is there anything on the inside there? That might be we use a tiny bit of glue eventually to settle that into position, because this one here just does not want to stay flat. I can't see a reason for it. Can I just get this armor point off of here easily? Is that thing we can do? No. No, this might be we use a tiny bit of glue on this situation, because it just doesn't seem to want to quite sit flat, whereas the other side sits mostly flat. It's This one's sticking up a little bit. It's super subtle, but we may end up using a tiny bit of glue on that just to hold that panel down. Okay. Butt plates complete. What's up next? Where is this going? Okay, this is going onto the side. Over here. His hip is getting something. We're getting M217? Yeah, not super impressed with those plates. Not gonna lie. Those felt a little wonky. They didn't quite fit together the way I would like them to. So, M217. Is going onto here. Ah, good. This is another one of those bits that fits onto one of these little moving plates. Very helpful. Okay, M217 attached. Sit them down. And then K217 going over it. That said, we are also rapidly approaching the end of the waist, so that's good. Some of these waist armor panels, yeah, aren't my favorite design. They feel a little lazy. I don't know if they designed this in the same order that I'm building it, but like, maybe we were getting to the end of the process and somebody was getting bored. It definitely doesn't feel as eloquent as a lot of the rest of this has been. Let me get this in there. Oh, for God's sake, come on. Case in point. There we go. That snaps in finally. Let's see if I can get my finger in there to squeeze that in place. Alright, cool. That's on there now. Alright, what's up next? What am I doing next? Oh, wait, did I do this totally fucking backwards? Oh. Oh, is that the problem? I think I assembled the front plates onto the rear. That said, it's the same numbers each time. It's a 15 and a 19. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't matter. It's the exact same. A 19 and a 13. Yeah. Okay, it's the exact same thing. Okay, never mind. It doesn't matter. I did technically do that in the wrong order. Technically, I was supposed to be building the front ones first, and then one of the side ones. When does it have me building the other side one? It's just showing the other side one like as complete, but I'm not seeing a point where I build that other side one. Is that what that little symbol there means? Is that I'm doing this step on either side? Maybe that's what that symbol means. I'll assume that's what that symbol means. Whatever, we'll just do it on the other side. Okay, I definitely built that. The back first and then the front. It's the same build though, so it doesn't actually matter. I was like, is that why they weren't fitting? Maybe that's why they weren't fitting. No, no. I'm just building them like an ass. Hard to tell because it doesn't really... Does this have... Well, I guess it does have like a front is this way. I feel like it would be better if it just said front piece. As opposed to like this front and then an arrow on a flat piece of paper trying to indicate three-dimensional space. That's okay. Hold on. We'll get this. It's all gonna be fine. Okay, rotate this up, get that pushed as tight in there as I can get it. Man, this is awkward. Like, we'll just build the other side of this now. We're getting into this part now where I can kind of just build things in whatever order I want, thankfully. That's the nice part about the armor plating, is that you can just kind of, like, it'll only fit in the one spot. So you can kind of just go nuts. Like, as long as you know which, for like the two paired pieces there, as long as you know which piece pairs with what, you're fine. Alright. You're off. You're on. I remember this really did not want to go on that other side. It kind of popped in with a nice crack. Alright. That's on. Nice. Yeah, that idea of having that core fighter unfortunately means that like the entire waist joint, just there's nothing actually holding it in place. Because you need to be able to pop that top off. Yeah, maybe I should just leave that off for now. Because in order to get this, like, you want to have this gimmick, you need to have that whole top bit, like, really easy to just slide on and off. So yeah, when you adjust them, it's pretty easy to, like, pop the torso clean in half because it just kind of sets into there. And there's nothing actually, like, holding it in place firmly. But honestly, that might be a smarter idea while we're building it. So let's do an M215. I'll try and watch pretty closely here for anything that looks like it might be a chance for any interference, because that one piece really did not want to sit together right. Alright, M215. Onto there. Cool. K219. The other half. Man, the Metroid Prime boss themes, Prime 1 boss themes were just incredible. Like, so, like, instantly, like, yeah, I know, this is Flagra. They really did a great job with this. I should look up the composer. It's like, it's great. Retro just knocked it out of the park with this. I am so excited to see more on Prime 4. Like, we finally got that little... Oh, that's why this doesn't feel like it's sitting. Because that's right, this does actually move. For some inexplicable reason, this whole piece here does actually rotate. And it can, like, slide in and out a little bit. That's why it felt like this wasn't sitting. Because, yeah, you can just do that. and rotate that whole bit out. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, that's probably not going to sit flat then. Too many moving pieces for this thing's own good. I want a 19 and a 20, and then we'll shove you together up there. Or 13, 19 to 13. Like, honestly, maybe I've just played too much Metroid Prime, but like even this, like, Magmore Caverns. It's so... It stands out so much to me. Alright. That's in. Let's just dive through this. Okay. So, you onto here, like that. Then you onto here. Squeeze that into place. Alright. Let me check something on this. Is this... If I just like pull that out and rotate it back in, does that help? It is like pushed in. Oh, whatever. It's fine. Imagine there's no way you're gonna get all of this to always perfectly line up, just with the fact that it's all so movable. Okay, this is the last of both of these runners. And just about the end of the waist. So... Make sure that's clean, good. Make sure that's all clean. Okay. So, last step here, we gotta get you into place. Can I get you to rotate out a little bit so I can get a better angle? That's in place. Then get you. These ones really don't push on as well. Alright. Last bit of the waist right here. Okay. This is pretty wild. You go down there, you go onto here. get you more or less in position, and then we'll finalize it with this piece. Make sure you guys all line up and snap together. Looks like that is just about right. Does this still have the functionality of sliding open? Yes. I don't know why it has that functionality, but it does. Okay, so armor plating is pretty much done on the entire lower half of the body. Cool. These two runners are done. Into the bin. Next up is the chest. So let's get this slid off to the side. And we'll get the chest ready to go. What do I need for you? I need N2, which is a red runner, which is right here. I need O1, which is a dark red runner, which is right here. I need U2, which is a dark gray runner. God, there's a lot of runners. How dark gray are we talking? Because this thing, I'm not gonna lie, frequently calls what I would call like almost black dark gray. Yeah, this is almost black. Also, I just had a piece slide off to the side there. I'm gonna have to go figure out which runner that was and go chasing after it in a second. It's making a break for it. Alright, you two, done. Then, I need G2, which is my one with the big star on it. It's a multicolored runner, which is going to be... Let's just look very carefully. Everything is clear from here. It wants everything to the left. So I think I honestly might just cut here. And then cut like here, 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 and here. Ta-da! Good, there's my pieces. And then H, multicolored. It is this piece, I think, right? Yeah. Arranged in this fashion, and it wants everything on the runner except for this and this. We'll just keep the runner out. If we're going to be going through that much of it, we'll just keep the whole thing handy. Because, I mean, if we're only not using two pieces, it's fine. Okay. We're on to the chest. So how is this going to work? I mean, step one... Oh wait, that's not step one. I've flipped all the way to the back. There we go. Step one. Like, why does it have me do the backpack? It's having me take the backpack off. So we're just going to start by sliding this whole gibble off of there. We'll set that up here for now. I'm tempted to just relay this out a little bit. There we go. That'll be fine. Okay. It's giving me some tips for how to do this while avoiding the parts on the waist. And I'm not gonna lie, I think I've come up with a slightly easier... Oh, hey. All the lights. Like, lights are cool, but we're not doing that right now. That is very neat, though. Okay. Make sure the lights are off. Don't want to waste the batteries. Alright, where do we want to start? It's having me do a lot. Like a lot. '01. '01, part number 2. We are assembling everything here. Yeah, we'll just slide this in. Okay, '01. It wants this bit on the side towards the back. And it's going to be very goofy how often these lights are going to be flickering. You know what? Hold up. While we're doing this, let's just, hold up. Off with his head, I think. Can I just get your whole head and everything else off of here real quick? Because I might just do that. Oh wait, hold up. We pull this back plate off, don't we? I might remove that. Remove this whole thing. Yeah, that's gonna be the smarter option here, is we're just gonna... Why won't you come out of there? Seriously, why won't you come out of there? Release my boy. I can't get it to let go. There we go. It's actually slot into there? Wild. Alright. Let me just turn this off real quick. We'll just take the lights out while we're working on this so I'm not constantly turning them on and off. Good. Back plate, back in place. Oh, we'll leave it off for now. Well, no, we'll put it on. We might need it on. That's true. We may need that on while we're assembling this, and we may also need this on while we're assembling this. So let's get this all back in place. Head needs to go on first. Thank God you only need to do this when you're changing the batteries, because it's a real process. So, head in place, back plate back in place. Okay, now then. We take this and slot this into the side down here. Okay, perfect. 014. Gonna be back around the back side of this. Can I get you out of my way for a second? Beautiful. Like, thankfully, it looks like we're using up all the O pieces. Like, immediately. We're basically done with those after the next step. So, on to here. Good. And then how do you want this to work? Frame N. Can you frame N? Yeah, N to 8 and 10. It looks like it's using a slightly darker red in the sides and a slightly brighter red on the front. And I'm assuming this is just to kind of add some definition. Like, you should just kind of slot into there. There we go. I mean, there's a noticeable gap there, but we'll see how it looks once it's all together. Maybe it doesn't look as goofy once it's all together. Get this popped in. Nice. All right. All right. That's in. That should be everything from this step. Next up is going to be O1 Part 1. This is going like under the armpit from the look of it. Okay. How do they want this arranged? O1 Part 1 with the slightly raised bit towards the back. And then it wants it in... How is this fitting in there? This tab goes through that. Ah, I see. So, not quite the armpit, like the side of his rib cage. Alright, and then I'm assuming the other piece just goes right on the other side there, so then we're done with this sprue and I get this one out of my way. Which will be nice. Sweet. 01, done. Get it out of there. Okay. Then this goes onto... Just wiggle the chest a little bit here. This is all very movable, so I can bend it a little bit to get it angled where I want them. Alright, perfect. Okay, that's in place. Next up, what does it have me do? Okay, that was step 1. Now step 2 is going to be putting N2, 5, and 7 into place. So, how is it seeing this? I think these are going like here. Good. Oh, it's pirate theme. Nice. Oh. Oh. Push it till it clicks in there. Good deal. guessing these two larger red pieces are going to be for like the middle of the lower back. I think the whole like center of the chest, like the stomach, is going to be open so that you can get that fighter in and out. Just gotta find an angle we can get some leverage on this. Yeah, no, you do go on there. I know you do. Hold up. No, you go on there more than that. That's... There we go. Okay. So, that's all attached now. Like you can, yeah, bend that back a fair bit. Like there's a fair bit of play in this whole waist section. Okay, is that all settled in and good? Nice. Anything else here? Once we're done with that, we bring this back down. Why is that so loose? Whatever. We'll bring that back down like that. That'll be fine. That's like flush now. That actually does fit into place pretty darn nicely. So, alright. Looking a bit more like a robot. Flip them over. 6 goes on the top, 9 goes on the bottom. Alright. And then are we done with this runner? Yes. 6 onto the top, 9 onto the bottom. Get that piece out of there. Eventually, this is going along pretty darn smoothly. I think we do have time to wrap up the arms and the head today, which does leave me with the awkward position of it's just like the core fighter and the guns and all that I have to build, which isn't like super long, I wouldn't think. Maybe I just do that in my free time. We just like get the main bit of this guy put together. So I don't think there's anything like super crazy with the rest of it. There's some magnets, which is kind of cool. Apparently some of this, like, the shield and everything can like magnetically attach to some of this. But we'll see. Alright. You, onto there, like this. Trying to find a... Okay, I can just get my hands in there, so we can just squeeze it. If I, like, pry that up, does that give me more leverage? No? There we go. I like, just had to get the right angle to get it to snap into position. And then, you, on the bottom, I'll assume we want to pull that waist down a little bit. That's accessible. I mean... Why is that sticking out so much farther than you? Ah, because that was out. Okay, now that all fits together very nicely. Does that mean there's something not fit together right up here? Potentially. Or maybe it's just flexed slightly to one side that causes this to open up a little bit more. Difficult to say. I was like, overall, that's all fit together pretty darn nicely now, though. Got a nice smooth red ring around there. Set them like that. Perfect. Oh, you know what? It's actually going to have me take the... What I was doing earlier when I took that... Oh, hold up. What the hell? Hey. Back here, you. Piece just bounced off and went flying down to the bottom of my desk. Yeah, these aren't, like, held in place, which is really weird to me. They're just kind of sitting there. So, like, they fall off very easily. Yeah, what I did earlier to get the battery out, or the LED unit out, it's going to have me do right now anyway. Oh, for God's sakes. Get up there. And then head... Entire head section off. Okay. Oh, weird. That's enough of a difference to not allow it to sit upright. Okay, head. I need part G2, 15 and 16. Where assembling is like collar. Part 15. Part 16. Okay, also get that out of the way. Clean this up. Where are my cut points on this? They didn't leave much of a mark, which is good for the model, but bad for me making sure that I've sanded anything that needs to be sanded. Okay. Yeah, I can't see anything else on here. Oh, maybe that's a little bit? Yeah. Alright. The part 15 and 16, those are going to be second. Because first we're putting part H21, which we need to, quote, cut cleanly, which is this big middle bit right here. So we'll make sure we cut that cleanly and get it as flush as we can. Make sure this all fits nicely. You go back there. I mean, again, I've kind of cut it so cleanly, but I can't actually see where the cuts were. So it's making it a little difficult to, like, sand it up, because I don't actually know where my rough spots would be, which, again, probably a good sign. I think it's right here. Make sure that's flat. Alright. This onto the front. Like so. Then this onto the side. How are you seeing this working? Oh, I see. You see, so this clips into there. There's like a little peg that goes into a bit on the bottom of this. I gotta slide that in. And then there's a bit in the back that connects in. Jeez. Okay. So now that we've done that, we put the head back in. So, step 1, head slides in. Step 2, back plate goes on. I have to get used to this from we're changing the batteries. Step 3, arms, back plate goes on and then arms go in. Oh, that's just to make it easier to grab the back plate. Because yeah, if you have the arms all the way in, it makes it a little difficult to get to that back plate, but we're fine. Okay. Now then. Oh God. This is going to be a pain. Alright, we need to get part. We're building the grill that goes over the lights. Part 24, and we need to be very careful when we cut this here. Not to cut the peg off. It is a spindly little part. Let me tell you, I am looking forward to being done with this step, because this isn't going to be fun. It turns out that where those lights on the chest are, there's like functional Venetian blinds over it. How does this fit? Do I want this angled bit outwards or inwards? Oh my God. I might need to look up a picture of this online and like zoom in. Actually, wait, can I see it? Can I see it on the front? Can I see it in the back? I want the sticky outy bit facing out. Okay. Because there's this little tiny piece here. If I can get it in frame. And there's that little edge that like sticks out on this side. And this is going to be like a hinged rotating cover for those lights. And I want the sticky outy bit on the inside. And I want it arms out of the way. And I want it outwards, not inwards. So let's rotate these arms so they are as out of the way as I can get them. And still have my hand somewhere where I can hold it. Alright. I need to slot that into there, like so, so that it's kind of sitting in that little track there, and it can like rotate freely. Because it looks like, yeah, you're going to be able to rotate them to, like, open or close that light. Well, that's insane. Gentle. Okay, now we just need to do several more of those. It looks like there's a 24, which is the one on the bottom. And I've got 2 of the 22. I'm not 100% sure why the one on the bottom is different. And the 2 on the top are the same. It seemed to make a huge amount of sense to me. That's okay. Okay. Got one of them in place. I just need to get a second one in place. Cool. And then a third one in place. Yeah, this is a little on the fiddly side, I must say. Cloudy Rain, thank you for the raid. Hope you're all doing well. Let me give you a shout out here. Real quick, clear the keyboard and move the Gundam legs to the side. Hope you're all doing well. We're in the middle of building the biggest, fanciest Gundam they've ever made. Did I type that right? Oh, for God's sakes, one sec. I forgot that it logged me out of my Twitch on here. So I need to go over to here to do it. Metaphor Me Fantasio, how you liking that? I have heard good things. Basically everyone I know that played it. Like, I never really got into, like, the Persona style RPG, which that seems to be. But, everyone I know that's been playing it has been absolutely loving it. Okay, now hold up. We need to get this one in place without knocking the other ones out of place. And yeah, we're making reasonable progress. We're working on the armor. And, like, the final finishing touches on the everything. Like, we finished all the armor and plating and everything on the legs now, so those are all done. And now we're just working on, like, the torso, arms, and head, and backpack. And then the only thing left to do after that is the weapons and armor. I have to Victor from my channel told him done because I passed her in the story. Oh no! Uh-oh. Hurry up, Zan. You gotta get moving. Oh, I'm joking. Hold up, how does it want this? It wants part H7. Oh, it's this blue bit up here. This is blue? Yeah, after I finish all the armor, all that's left is the weapons? God, this is hard to see. It's so dark. The weapons, the shield, and the... what's it called? The command fighter? I don't know what it's called. This bit. The core fighter. The core piece, but there's like a transforming version of it instead of just the like static, like fixed one. There's like an actual functional one that you can do. So I've got to finish those. And then that's basically done. So I'm thinking we'll probably have one more part after this, because we'll stream the last bit. Even if it ends up being a shorter bit, we'll stream the last bit. But yeah, this has been quite fun. I've been really enjoying this. It's a very, very, very fun model to build. which I mean, for the price, I would hope. This was not a cheap one. Typically, Gundams aren't all that expensive in the grand scheme of things, but this is like the most expensive one they've ever made, so not on the cheap side. Okay, hold up. You need to go into there. Cool. Gonna run off. Gonna go wind down and get ready for the sweet embrace of unconsciousness. I hear you. Good luck. Get some sleep. Oh my god. How does this go in? I don't want to turn this over too much because I don't want all these little things to fall out of it. If I look on the other side, can I get an idea of what I'm supposed to be working with here? It looks like if it's in there, it's in the right spot because there's like a groove and it wouldn't fit if I had it in there wrong. I believe. There is a detail view of this here. I think that's right. Yeah, I will. I will have a lot of fun with this. I'm actually genuinely really enjoying this. This has been a super enjoyable model to build. And you get some really good build time out of it. I mean, what am I at now? Probably 12, 13 hours into this? And like, super fun. There's all kinds of fun little moving bits and fancy hinges, and there's a lighting kit. It's fully working lighting kit. Okay, so I want this to gentle, careful, go into there, and now, yeah, there's like these little flaps you can actually like position to have the lights more or less covered. Like if you bend them all kind of down, it has a more covered lighting, or you can kind of fold them up, get a slightly more exposed lighting. But get them all lined up. That looks about right. Okay, now they're about all lined up. That bottom one a little down. Okay. That'll be good. Alright, we're not going to keep poking at that forever. I'll be here all night. Alright. That's that side done. Now, guess what? We get to do it all again on the other side. Oh my god, this is so many little tiny pieces. Do we need working Venetian blinds on my chest light? I have no idea. But we got them. Trying to make sure I've got this right. Okay, yeah, that bit is peg. So we want that out of there. So you slot into there. These two, the order doesn't matter, so we can just cut this off and cut this off. These two are interchangeable, apparently. Slot you into here. Okay. Like, I do enjoy building these steps where there's like you do it on the left side, and you do it again on the right kind of thing, because you just kind of get to, like... The first time, it's like, okay, I gotta really take it slow and watch what I'm doing here, because, like... I don't know how the hell this is supposed to fit together, but then once you've done it once, it's like, oh, okay, second time's really easy. I can just kind of, like... I know exactly where these are all supposed to go, so, boop, done. And then we just gotta get this piece off of here. Again, shouldn't even need to look. Just gotta get it to trim off of there. Ooh, that is a doozy. Alright, sweet. Alright. Clean up anything that's sticking off at a sharp angle or where my connection points were there. Any marks from these gates. Perfect. Put a gate like right in the corner. It's just super awkward, but that's okay. Okay. Now, I know how this went on the last side, so despite the fact that this is going to look like it's not going in right, I know that it is. It's going to look like it's just kind of floating in there, which I don't like, but now that I know that that's how it works on the other side, I know that is actually correct. Boom. G2! Let's get that on there. It's not telling me that this runner is done because it thinks I still have all... This is a multicolor piece runner, but I just trimmed off the little section I need, so we can actually get rid of that one now. There were only a couple of little pieces on it, and the rest of it was like, I don't need the entire rest of this giant sprue for this step, so we'll just chuck it to the side and trim off the bit that I need. Perfect. And then flatten you out. Alright. Get that in there. Line these all up in a nice orderly fashion. I have them at a slight downward angle. Yeah, that's about even between the two sides. That should be nice. Oh, I can breathe. So now, what's up next? Next, it wants me to... I think it's suggesting that I rotate the arms backwards. I'm not gonna lie. Kinda already did. So that I would have some room to work on that. So we'll just keep them where they're at. Next, it wants me to put H10 and 9 into place. Got it. It would be nice if on these multicolored runners, it told you what color the piece you were grabbing was. Like, I know it's H, and like thankfully they do number their runners in a sensible fashion, where it's like the order they're laid out on the runner, not the order you're going to be using them in, or just whatever order they randomly feel like putting the numbers in, Games Workshop. But it would still be nice if it would just be like blue. Because then I could just look to the blue section right away. Alright, this is supposed to go under here. Oh god. Can I... Let's raise the arm up a little bit. How are you supposed to line up? I was like, I see two little bits in there that are going to slot into this in a second, but I need to figure out how to get this bit up here to slot in. Ah, that peg lines up with that hole, and then, aha, got it. Give that a bit of a squeeze. All right. Yeesh. Same thing on the other side. Let's do it. And eventually, it's starting to come together. Granted, he is also starting to look a bit more like Optimus Prime now, which is one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of RX-78-2. Like, I know he's the OG, he's the original, but I grew up with more Transformers than I grew up with Gundam. So, in my brain, I'm seeing Optimus Prime. And I also wasn't that big of an Optimus Prime fan, so it's ruining the magic a little bit. Get that tilted back. That's that piece under here. Alright. Trying to do this the same way I did on the other side. It's really hard to see where this is supposed to go, but if I can get that peg to line up there, then I should have a pretty easy time of, oh, there we go. Getting that all pushed in. I mean, it just kind of wants to fall off. It must be said. But that's okay. It'll also be much more stable once there's more armor in position around it. Okay. What else did it want to do? There was more on this step. H2 and H16. Should be in play now. 2. And I'm guessing 16 is the one right on the other side over here. Yeah. We can flip you off of there. Clean this up. Little tiny rough spot there. Little tiny rough spot there. Brush the knife off. Again, almost finished all the dangerous bits of this model without slicing my fingers open. That's cool. Perfect. Okay, 16 is going, are these going onto these upper bits here? Yeah, they totally are. So that goes onto that, and then this goes onto that. There's two different shades of blue on this sheet. I couldn't tell when they were all on the sheet together, but this bit is a little bit lighter than this bit. That's absolutely insane. Why? And then yeah, I believe this actually also like is a flexible rotating bit. You can actually open that up to expose some of the internals if you want. That's wild. That's so nuts how much detail there is on this. Okay, next up we got There's apparently 2 of H6. Yeah, there are. So these are interchangeable. That's good. This is just going to go up on the shoulders, it looks like. I'm assuming it'll be pretty self-explanatory how it's oriented. So, let's clean these up and then get them in place. Nice. Nice. Okay. And then onto the shoulders somehow. How do I want these on there? Okay, these go onto this bit. The like internal bit of the shoulder. Alright. Rotate that out a little bit to give me a little bit more room to work with. Sweet. Okay, so now that's all in place. So when it's fully pressed in, it's nice and, yeah, concealed. God, it lines up super nicely. Alright. What was my other bits from this? We're putting the back plate on. So, H1 and 15. There's my 1. There's my 15. Oh my lordy. Clean on that, we're clean on that. Sweet. Okay, H1 is on this side. Might rotate that arm out a little bit while we're doing this to get it a little bit more accessible. How does it want this on there? Oh god, how does it want this on there? It wants it... Ah, like that. Not over, it wants it in. This whole joint is so, like, flexible that trying to push any pieces into place here just end up rotating so many pieces of the joint. Which is neat, but, like, it's still you. Like, there's like a million points of articulation on that shoulder. Got more articulation than I do at this age. Alright. Line that up. Push that in. Alright. Another one down. Next up. H5. Where are you? You're all the way down here. And this is going back on the front. On that, like, cockpit cover. Still got all this, like, all these black bits here. I don't know what those are for. Maybe it's for the backpack? No idea. Alright. Pull this out. Okay. Then it wants this to slot into the very top along this groove. Oh, that didn't do anything. What am I missing here? Oh, upside down and in there. Oh, okay. So it's... Is this going to be like a cover that can slide down? Oh my god, it's like a working hatch. Okay. Then part 3, we are going to want to bring part H4 into play. Again, do we need this to be a working hatch? Probably not. Is it? Oh yeah. I wish we would have had this on my Imperial Knight. Because I have that full, like, functional designed internal cockpit on that Imperial Knight that I'll never be able to see again, that I painted. And now it's just covered up and forever embedded inside of that plastic. Alright, so slide that in, slide that down. It wants me to close this back up again. Okay. And now this is like a functional little window. Okay. H12 first. This has some gnarly connection point gate mess left over. Well, let's get that nice and cleaned up. Alright, good enough. Ugh. And on the other side. And again, do this without slicing my finger open. That's the key. Not gonna lie, it definitely does feel like maybe they designed this in the same order that you build it, and some of the engineering got a little lazier as time went on. Because these are not as eloquently designed as some of the earlier pieces we were working with, particularly the frame. Alright. Cool. You go on over this. Well, I don't actually need you to be closed. Okay. Sweet. Then H3 goes on over the top of this. That said, it really is starting to look pretty close to being done here. Like, the arms are the only thing that's really jumping out right now, in the head. That are like, oh my god, that's got a bunch of pieces missing. Hold up. Open this up so I can get in there, because that's supposed to be... There's no way that's as tight as that goes, right? Maybe it is. That's not very tight. Well, it's on there. Alright. Well, that's as good as it's gonna get, I guess. You go onto there, that's the end of that. Now... There's an instruction here that says, assemble this part later. I don't know what that means. It's telling me to take the backpack now. And to take 2 of the U-2-5 sections. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. So we take 1 of those. Take 2 of those. Hey, Musil. Guide the raid? Yeah, okay. Assuming they're still on live when we go or wrap this up, you got it. Do you want to pick now, or do you want to wait and see who's live later? And how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I am just slowly plodding through this Gundam assembly. Doing well. So, do you want to put a backup choice in case you happen to not be here later? Because I don't know how long I'm going tonight. So, just in case you happen to not be here, I don't want you to miss your redeem. I suppose if not, I can always just remember that you got one waiting. If you don't end up using it tonight, we can always use it later. How does it want these? These don't really, like, flip in. They're just kind of sitting there. I feel like this needs something else to cover it. So right now it just kind of lifts out. Well, for now, we'll just put them in there. Probably be here, make sure to tell when I leave. Good deal. And yeah, I'm doing real well. I have been super enjoying this model. This model has been an absolute delight to build. Like, I must feel like playing an 8-hour stream. I definitely can't because I do work today. I'm kind of thinking that my goal here is to go for maybe another hour or so, which I'm hoping is going to be enough time to finish up the arms and the head. And then we'll have a fully assembled Gundam, minus the weapons. And then I can do the weapons and the core fighter and all that stuff as a little separate stream tomorrow night. Okay. Now it says assemble this part later, and I don't know what the hell that means. Or why you would do that. So we're just gonna not. We're just gonna assemble this part right the hell now, because it also is in this instruction step. Speaking of Gundam, might watch the new series. Are you talking about the Netflix one? The like CGI one? Or is there another new series out? I am not a, like, much of a Gundam fan. I have not watched most of Gundam. Witch from Mercury? Oh, is that a new thing? I have no idea. I was telling I think it was Metal Gear Chrono last night. I don't think I've ever watched a Gundam series, like at all. I'm like conceptually aware of it, and I've played like some of the video games, but like never got around to watching any of the series. They were just never on any of the TV stations that I had. So like, I didn't get a chance to really get exposed to them, and I wasn't gonna like. Back in the day, man, tracking down anime VHS tapes, you'd be paying $20 per episode. It was ridiculous. It'd be like $60 for a 3-episode, VHS box set. This one's Requiem for Vengeance. Is that the Netflix one? There's like a new like fancy, really high definition CG one that just came out. It's only got like 6 episodes. They've got extensive lore. I don't know much of it. That is true. It's really neat. It's a cool concept. I watched a little bit of the new Netflix thing just because I wanted to see what this looked like. Because it's not technically this Gundam in there, but it's a very similar Gundam. They basically took RX-78 and like we're gonna fancy him up for the high definition special thing. Get this out of my way here for a second. And like, it's really neat. Partly just because they took is that supposed to be in there somewhere? Hold up. Okay, no, yeah, that part's still supposed to be on there. Okay, cool. They kind of did it from the perspective of the people that the Gundams are fighting. Instead of the Gundams being like the main character / hero unit, you're kind of seeing it from like the Zeon faction side. So like the people that the Gundams are gunning down by the 100. which was fun because the first time you see one of these things, it's like a shot out of a horror film. Because like this is conceptually a terrifying idea. Like having something this massive and fast and powerful is, yeah, horrifying. Which Mercury's a prequel? Oh, I couldn't even tell you, man. There's so many. I was looking at some of the the Gundam wiki stuff because I was looking for other interesting Gundam models. And there's so much so many different timelines that this show has spawned now. Because like basically each new series is its own era, and they, I think, mostly fit together, but I don't know how how strict they've been with that. I think there's a few of them that are just kind of like, yeah, whatever. I'd be curious how a prequel would work, because from what I understand, this was supposed to be the first one they made. Okay, how does this fit in there? It wants this to fit in. Oh, I see. This fits in like that. And then you push this onto the side somehow. A little higher up. Damn it. Okay, hold up. We can get this. A few Code Geass of the Mega figures. Yeah, I've got a couple of the Metal Gear Solid, like, mech figures. Gunpla style, whatever. Mech figures, and they are very cool. Like, this whole style of model kit building is incredible. Like, there's so much detail on this. Alright, that goes into place, then that panel can flip down and close over that. Now we just gotta do the same thing on the other side. I don't know if I know what any of the Code Geass, like, mechs look like. Gray Nightmare frame model? Okay, yeah, give me 1 second. Let me finish the backpack and then I'll look that one up. Painting that bad boy as hell, I believe it. That's one thing that's really impressive with this, is that, like, you can paint this, but, like, you barely need to. Like, because it comes with a full set of stickers to add all the details and writing and everything else that's supposed to be on it. And then, like, it's printed in the correct color for every step of this thing. So, like, I've already got this done, and, like, everything is in the right color for what it's supposed to be. So, like, you barely need to go in and paint it. Like, you could, but it definitely wouldn't be necessary. Gundam building, Ultra Goldsmith, how's it going? Yeah, this thing's pretty sweet. I am loving it. I got the most expensive, fanciest Gundam they've ever made. So, Lancelot Albion model kit? Nice. Yeah, this is like the top of the top, the creme de la creme of Gundam. And I've never built a Gundam before. So I figured we'd just start with the most advanced one and work my way down. Which I'm sure when I eventually upload this to YouTube and, like, actual Gundam, like, model builders find this, I'm going to get all kinds of hell for. About what a poor decision this was and how I shouldn't have done this, but that's okay. I was kind of laughing. I don't want to make fun of the guy, so I'm definitely not going to say the name, and I also, like, I get what he was saying, but, like, I was kind of laughing because when I was looking up, like, kits, like, we're like, oh, what are some of the best kits to build? What are some of the ones people recommend? We're like, there are a few guide videos on YouTube that are really helpful for, like, figuring out, like, where to start and what to look into, and oh my god, how does this fit together? Why does this piece not want to line up here? Hold up. There we go. But yeah, like, some guide videos on, like, where to start and how to, you know, where you want to go and what to look for in the different grades and, you know, what the pros and cons of some of the, because there's all the different grades they do these in, and consider it training, yeah. And when you got to perfect grade, so this is like a step above perfect grade. There's perfect grade, which is like the best there is, and this is a special fancy perfect grade. But in the little video he was doing, he's like, oh yeah, perfect grade. He's like, the pros are, it's like basically the best of the best. It's the highest quality, the most advanced features, all the coolest little bits of detail. Like, it's, you know, the nicest model you're gonna get. The downside is, like, the price. And he's like, and for a lot of Gundam fans, it's gonna take years of saving in order to be able to afford one of these. And then he listed the price range, and the price range for a perfect grade, like, typically tops out around 150 bucks. It's just like, years of saving. Ah, yes. That $150. I definitely don't throw that at video games, like, at least once a month. Like, it's just such a funny, like, oh, Gundam fans, you are not outliving the allegations of being kind of broke kids that are living in their parents' basement. 150 bucks back in the day. Yeah, no, 150 bucks today. That's like 150 bucks, like, it's like right now, if you want to buy like a perfect grade, it's like 150 bucks. This one was more. This one was like 250 because it's like the fancy extra special perfect grade. But even then, like 250 isn't that insane. like, like I've bought Warhammer box sets that are more than 250, and I've bought them like multiple times. I have several of them. Okay, why? It says this is supposed to click in. Oh, I see, because this can, like, rotate open. That's why it feels loose, because you can, like, flip it up. Gawain cost me 400 plus 100 shipping. Yeah, I was going to say, my Metal Gear Solid Sahelanthropus was, like, 300 bucks. It was more than this. And it was not as nice as this. Honestly, for the quality you're getting, 250 or whatever, you know, the Gundam prices are really not bad. So yeah, it was a little funny to me that it was this like, oh man, I don't know, 100 bucks. You might have to save up for a few years before you can afford one of them. Oh god, guy, you're killing me. Wait till you see the price of rent. Alright. This can get out of here. We're done with that. It's time for... The backpack is done. We've got them all assembled. And in there, there's like the top of it kind of flips open, which is kind of cool. So you can get a look at all the exposed bits in there. There is, can I put this on? Need to get this rotated into position where I can actually attach this bit. So this is one of the beam saber handles. And they're going to kind of mount onto the back here, but one of them is powered. Has a lighting kit. And if you toggle it on, okay, it doesn't shine through there. However, it actually lights up the the booster bit. So that is pretty darn cool. Let me save my battery again, turn that off, take that off of there. Okay, let me look up these ones. Cheapest commander deck is worth 450 euro. Oh, I believe it. Magic gets insane. Let me look up these Code Geass ones that you were mentioning. Which ones did we mention here? We've got Gawain Nightmare. I'm not going to bother pulling it up on here, but I do want to see what this looks like. Gawain Nightmare frame. Oh, that is very cool looking. Is there a model kit? Gawain model kit? Can I get a look at that? Oh, that is very cool looking. Alright, that kind of looks like some of the stuff out of Xenoblade Chronicles, to be honest. And wasn't there another one? Lancelot Albion. Okay, let me look that up. Lancelot Albion model kit. Ooh, I like the teal wings on that. That is pretty darn cool. Very neat. Yeah, that's kind of giving me the, what were those, what were they called? The Mechonis? Yeah. Does light in your keyboard move or am I hallucinating? It does, and actually it's funny because my camera can't pick it up correctly. There's a yellowy orange at the bottom. It's supposed to be like a fire effect. And for whatever reason, my camera is only picking up the red. It's not picking up the yellow. At least not properly. So yeah, it doesn't look quite right on camera. Yeah, it's a little Razer, and there's like a built-in like flame effect you can do. Also, I have a lot of my games can control the lights on the keyboard, so it'll like light up the hotkeys when they're off a cooldown or whatever, which isn't honestly like that useful. You'd basically never end up using it, but it's neat that it exists. I think I can get this out of here for now. Need to assemble the parts for the arms. I need I1, L3, and L4, which should all be white, it claims. So I1, okay, there's an L3. Is that what L3 is supposed to look like? L3. L3. And then L4 is in here somewhere. There it is. There's my L4. And then I need I1. Ah, unopened bag. The last unopened bag. Looks like we have embers underneath the keys. It's pretty cool, yeah. RGB's like so much better in wireless. That's true. It does. That's why my mouse is like matched. Like it has the same glowing fire effects on it that you can barely see on here. But it does drain the mouse a little quick. Which is unfortunate, but whatever. I'll live. U1 dark gray. And this is supposed to be... That's U3. U1? Ah, these are the hand guards. We're not going to be using all of it, but that's okay. I built one of the hands off camera the other day, just because I wanted to have the hand that holds the beam saber finished, because you can, now that I've powered it up, I want to see how that fit into the hand. If there's like a special hand you have to use if you want to have him holding the beam saber. So you get this fancy glowing beam saber here, which, I mean, it looks awesome. But yeah, I was like, I wanted to see what that looked like, so I built the hand off screen. So sue me, I built one piece off camera. I built the other hands on camera, so whatever. It's fine. Alright, right arm assemble. It wants me to... What does it want me to do here? It wants me to remove... Okay, his right arm. It wants me to remove... Oh, this entire shoulder bracket. Just take the whole thing off. Alright. Yank off his right arm. Yeah, no, we're not gonna yank the whole right arm off, but we will take that little bracket off. Okay. Arm exposed, then step 2. We want to take I1 part 5 and put that onto there. I think we've made it into Metroid Prime 2, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds like the opening to Prime 2. One of these days I need to get around to finishing Prime 3 on stream. I like when instructions do this. Let me build the parts, let them to undo what you just made me do. Yeah, I think part of it is that like the design is like it looks so nice when it's just the frame. That like there's gonna be people that are gonna want to build it, just leave it a frame. You know, you're just gonna stop there. It's part of how this whole model kit was designed. There's like multiple phases you can build it in. So you'll have like a frame phase, and you'll have like the truss phase where you put all the metal rigging on the armor is going to attach to, and then you're going to have the like the armor phase, and then there's like all the working bits like the weapons and everything else attached to it and all that phase. Like there's all these different stages you build it in, which is cool. It's a very, very neat idea. It's a little funny because phase 1 and phase 2, phase 1 is just like the bare bones like structural moving pieces. And then phase 2 is like all the rest of the frame attached to that. And there's no like stop point in the instructions that like stops you after phase 1. So like despite the fact that they hype up, oh, you can build it in all these phases, phase 1 and phase 2 in the instruction book you just build together. Like you would have to do some very careful planning to figure out where to stop it if you wanted to stop at phase 1. Code Geass is pretty straightforward. You should do it too. I might take a look through some of their models. I'm really enjoying this, and I do want to build more like Gunpla style models at some point. I don't know which ones just yet. I haven't decided what route I want to take on that. How does it think this is going in there? It thinks that this little peg is going to attach to... How are you seeing this model? I'm not seeing it however you're seeing it. Oh, I see. It goes around like that. And the little peg is going to stick up in the middle bit, and then you can see that little metal grill sticker like through there. Okay, I get it. And then I1 part 2. We're in Type 8 with its wings is baller? Yeah. I'm looking at potentially doing the Gundam Wing Zero from Endless Waltz, the movie version. Because I did remember, I think I saw that movie back in the day at a buddy's house, and I do really like the look of that one. It is very cool. And like specifically the Endless Waltz version. Alright. Hold the sides down. This piece goes over the top and in between these moving bits. Because those still need to be able to move at the end of the day. Alright, so that goes in. Hooked up, love the wings. Yeah, it's really cool. It's pretty darn cool. I1-1. And Wing Zero in the show actually had different wings. So if you look up like Wing Zero show versus Wing Zero movie, it's a different look. I do prefer the movie look. I think Endless Waltz looks better than the show. I'm sure there are Gundam fans that are going to hear that and be like, "What the hell are you talking about? Endless Waltz was a terrible movie." Blah blah blah. SC-57 model. Oh, cool. I haven't done a plane kit in a long time. I've got a bunch of Star Trek kits sitting around here. That's my big non-mech / non-Warhammer model addiction is I build Star Trek ships. Okay, hold up. Get that tightened in over that. Okay, so now that this piece is on there, this shouldn't come flying off like that. Planes and tanks? Yeah, I had a car back in the day. I don't remember what kind. But I think it's mostly Star Trek ships and a couple Star Wars ships too. Is my go-to. Oh, okay. Now that that's on there, I can see how this is gonna like. You could like layer that bit up. This is on like a full moving hinge, and it can like slide up and down too. Oh my god, there is gonna be some range of motion available. L3-17. I do think it's funny building this Gundam kit, considering I know like basically nothing about Gundam. Like I am aware that this was the first one. This was the OG. And it's like going on 40 years old now. But like other than that, it's like I know a little bit about Wing because that was like what was active when I was growing up. then beyond that, not much. Alright. So you clip into there, and then this can like fold up against there, and it's a, yeah, can bend at that joint. It can like rotate out a little bit. It's got some pretty reasonable range of motion. It can flex out. Cool. So getting that into a stable position is going to be a real pain in the ass. Let's get this other one in place so that stops falling off on me. I3. I do need to speed it up a little bit if I want to finish all this tonight, because I would like to. I'd like to finish all the armor plating tonight if I could. But also, I do need to work tomorrow. I should not be sleep depriving myself before going into work at a hospital. That would be a poor decision for everyone involved. Generally want to be, you know, on my A game. Alright, L316. Raid target Lumen AU. Let me jot that down in my search bar so that I have it saved. Lumen AU. Okay, I was like, I'm still going to be going for a little bit, but yeah. I will jot that down there so that I have it, and I can check it when I'm wrapping up. L316. That is up here. Cool. Playing Stalker too. Oh, nice. I've been playing a bit more of that in my free time too, and that's super fun. I have one anomaly that spawned its artifact inside of a solid wall. It's the pole depot, and it spawned it inside one of the like storage drums, and I can't get it. And even if you let the like a emission happen, it doesn't reset it because there is an artifact there and spawned in. It's just spawned in inside of a solid bit of solid matter that I'll never be able to get it out of, which is unfortunate. And I keep waiting for like an update that's going to fix that, and so far, no dice. Next up, I need I1 Part 6. But I don't want to complain too much because overall, the game's been fantastic. I've been really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to seeing what like the modding community is going to do with it, because I think it's got a lot of very fun environments to work with. I mean, the map is enormous. Like, oh my god, there's so much area in that. I'm actually not sure whether Stalker 2 or Anomaly has a bigger map. It's going to be pretty close between the two of them. Stalker devs did say if a bug happens in your game, it'll stay there until... okay. Using with dev tools? Oh, maybe I'll look into that. Because it's like, it's not the end of the world, because like, whatever, it's just one artifact, and I have, honestly, some really damn nice artifacts already. It's probably not going to replace any of the artifacts I have. But it would be nice to not have my artifact stuck in a wall. L313. Just on a, like, conceptual level. That would be pretty damn handy. I'll have to see if I can find, like a no-clip or something I can use to, like, get my way into there. Okay. Part 1, Part 2. How do you see this fitting in there, model? Like that? Unreal Engine tools mod lets you... Okay, cool. Use to get rid of bugged items that wouldn't leave my inventory. Nice. L314. Yeah, it's like the only thing is like that's like the only big one I've had. I've had a couple other like little minor like goofy stuff happen, which is like par for the course. It's a fucking stalker game, man. Like I was laughing so hard when that game came out, and all the only negative reviews that I was seeing were people like, "Oh, it's kind of buggy," and I'm like, "Ah, I see we've never played a stalker game." Kinda buggy is just how things go in this universe. Had a PDA and some random log that I couldn't drop, sell, or put in a stash. Nice. The bugs are charming. It's fine. Okay, that's on there. Now what? Now we attach this piece back onto there. Hold up. Longer day mod and A-Life extend. I saw they were just doing some work on A-Life in the most recent like update. They were tweaking some of the A-Life options to get it a little bit more advanced, which is cool. Good to see. All right, L315. These are the same parts, so I don't need to worry about it. I was like, I think the game's honestly in a really like, it's the least buggy stalker game by a long shot, like already. And the fact that they're continuing to do work on it is like, okay, cool, because like that wasn't a thing. Like the original Stalkers released, it was like you got what you got and that was it. Extended, yeah, I was a little confused because a lot of the mods I was looking at on Nexus were all just like making it easier, and like I don't know, I haven't found it to be all that difficult. Like if anything, I was like a little disappointed in how easy it's been. Like sure, I have to chug stim packs like they're going out of style, but like that just seems to be how this game is balanced, that like you get a million stim packs and you're expected to use them. Those white pieces look like a QR code from afar. Well, scan it. Let me know where you go. Hold up. Where does this want me to... I see it. Putting this one on the inside of the elbow is a bit of an awkward fit. Alright, that's in there. Nice. Next up. Ooh, these are tiny. L319. And you are going to go into there? Is that right? And then L320 Venom just makes mutants bullet sponges. I'm playing on whatever the middle difficulty was. I don't remember what that was. And yeah, like that's the only like minor complaint I had, but I think they nerfed that too. I think I saw that in one of the early patches, it was like they pointed out that apparently mutants had armor, like all of them, which was like apparently not intentional. That was you weren't supposed to need armor-piercing rounds to take down a. It went straight to some kind of fucked up Gundam porn. Oh wow, there you go. Good job, Bandai. Um. Hmm. Okay, now that we've done that. Okay, it wants the elbow bent. I don't know how bent, but we'll bend it to about there and see if that's good enough. Now I want I1 part 4. Am I supposed to have 2 of these I1s? I am. There's supposed to be 2 I1 frames. Oh, I have to go find the other I1. I mean disgusting. Well, you just gotta scan the QR code here. Alright, so this goes onto here. Like this. Okay. Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto. There we go. Now it's working properly. Okay, you're good. Read up. Be ready, comrade. Okay, sweet. So now we've got the rear, like, elbow cover in there. With some, like, nice functioning bits. Perfect. Must have scanned it upside down. Does that matter? I'm not actually sure if that matters. I don't entirely understand, like, mechanically speaking, how QR codes work. I was like, I know how barcodes work. I used to actually be able to read barcodes, like, just, like I could read what the barcode is. They're all numbers, it's just a number. And I used to be able to just read the number. I can no longer do that, but I'm sure if I looked it up, it wouldn't be that difficult. And yeah, I have no idea how QR codes work. I'm assuming it's the same basic concept, but I have no idea. Okay, so now I'm supposed to take this bit and slot this over the side of that. LR12. The ridiculously too many range of motion wrists now. Because you've got a ball joint on the hand, and that ball joint rotates, so you can actually, like, slide the hand forward and backward on the wrist. But then this entire wrist plate also rotates. So, like, there is just far too much range of motion on those wrists. It's insane. It is truly unbelievable. Alright, part 5 is I1-8. Like, it really didn't need to have this many complicated bits in it. They went the extra mile. Okay, where does this go? Oh, this slots into the other piece that I'm going to be putting on here. So 23. I need to be careful not to cut the pegs off of this, because they come out and meet the gate on the sprue. I need to be careful not to cut anything important off of that. We're just going to work that piece off a little bit. Yeah, no, it's coming together. Like we're definitely getting to the point. This is like, yeah, I can tell what this is. Okay, so now I want to hold this here and take this piece with the flat side facing outwards, fit it into this window, I think. Yeah. Right? Can I just like fit that into here? And then this whole thing attaches to this. And then from the other side, we get part 22, and it should meet up and attach. Okay. Ooh. My wrist is getting a little locked up here. Alright. So now that meets up with that. And now we've got this bit on the back, which we're going to take piece L321. And this piece where am I again? Okay, we're here. L321. I want the lip facing outwards. And I want it to slot in somewhere around here. I'll assume... Can this move? Is that what's going on? So it wants it towards the top, it says. And then I1 part 7. Okay. I1 part 7. The window should be towards the bottom. Like this? I'm guessing? And then this is like a... Okay, yeah, so you can lock it open or lock it closed. I know that that bit was a magnet. I'm guessing that's going to be where, like, you can attach the shield to his arm. And then we want to take part I-19. And then we're done with my first I-1. That can go in the bin. And then I-19 comes in from the other side. So wrap around, meet that. Got a tiny little bit of exposed frame here. And then one of these hand guards goes on the back of the hand that's attached to this. And the other hand guard goes in the back of the other hand. I'll deal with the other hand guard at a different point. I don't really care about that right now. It's for the hand that isn't attached to this anyway, so not like it matters right now. I would like to finish this before I go to sleep today, so we're gonna try and speed through this a little bit. Alright. Hand guard. On to you. Okay. That's it for this arm. So, is that... Is that really done? I'm not gonna lie, that arm looks a little exposed. Like, that's pretty thin up there. And there's like some exposed truss in that. I guess most of the time he's gonna have like a shield over it or something, but it's a little weird. Is that just how you look? Yeah? Yeah, that looks right. Like, I'm just checking my picture, and yeah, that does look right. Alright, well, let me find my other I-1. Because we aren't quite done with that yet. We've got another one, because we gotta do the other side. Let me start by removing this. Now we just gotta blow through this other side. I-1 Part 5. Thankfully, now we've done this all once, because now it's just gonna be all the same things except mirrored. So, should be nice and simple. I want you into there. Tight as you'll go. I want L418. We're gonna try and yeah, just power through this arm. I think the head's pretty quick. I don't think there's a lot to do on the head. No, yeah, the head's like half of a page. So if I can finish this other arm, the head should be real quick, and then we're basically done. Once you do that, it's all onto the, like, extra bits. So, we take this. This clips into here like that. Nice. Then I-1-2 goes over the top. Alright. Hold that flat. I-1-2 over the top. Onto there and lock it in. Okay, next up. I-1-3 should be the near side. Don't get lazy though. You don't want to leave cleanup on the model. It's a pain to do once you put it together. Less of a pain on this one because you can just, it's all push fit, so you can just slide it apart if you need to. If you really have the patience to get in there. But do your cleanup now, and you won't have to do it later. And your model will just look better for it. any sprue gates, anything like that that are on there, just get them all nice and clean. All right, L416. Like no sense in getting sloppy because I'm in a hurry. I am in a hurry. That is not true. However, do it right. Okay. Oh, the Prime 2. Oh, I know what this is. This is the Prime 2 soundtrack. This is the flashback to the Federation soldiers getting ambushed. I know what this is. Alright, done. Backside, I-1-1. Like now I can start to see these parts because I know what I'm looking for. That's a hell of a fish. Make sure everything looks clean. Good. Make sure everything's pushed in nicely. Alright. Then 17. Okay. Push you into here, like this. Yes. That is the end of that. Next up, I-1 Part 6. Good to go. Alright, nice. So step one, it wants me to push this bit onto the arm. Then it wants me to slot a pivoting window onto that bit. Not much holding that bit in place. Gotta be said. It's one of the looser fitting bits. That's another candidate for potentially putting a little dab of glue on the back of, just to help hold it in place. Gotta be very careful if we're going to do that though, because we want to make sure we don't glue any of the moving pieces. But the little tracks that sits in, that is a potential candidate for a tiny dab of glue just to hold it flat up against that, so it doesn't just pull off. Because right now, you could very easily, if you just like shook it, it would just fall right off. Not that I'm going to be shaking this, but it's still, like, even just for transporting it, not ideal. Alright, you're into there. Nice. Then part 3 is L414. We're playing the same bit again. Why are we getting this twice? Why is it... Ah, there. We just did this song. Barely even a song anyway. Alright. also think it's funny they call this the Ing battle theme, and it's like, this is just the space pirate music from Metroid Prime 1. Like, so much of the Metroid Prime 2 music is just Prime 1 music that was repurposed. Alright. This goes onto the back, snaps onto there. Perfect. Then we're looking for 2 of these round bits here, the servo covers to go over that. Alright. Admittedly, the music isn't the most important thing that got borrowed from Prime 1 to Prime 2. It was the entire rest of the game. So many of the Prime 2 assets are just like direct taken from Prime 1. I still like Prime 2. I think it's a great game, but it's very funny how, like, in a modern age, people would be going nuts. Like, that's a ripoff. Should have been DLC. Whereas back in the day, we didn't really have DLC, especially not for the GameCube, because I think the GameCube technically could connect to the internet, but I don't know anyone that ever did it. Okay, those are attached to the back, and then we're putting this cover back on. Okay, sweet. And then we are going to bend the elbow and attach L419 and 20. Okay, 19 goes up top and 20 goes down on the bottom. You are going to fit how do you figure this? Like this? Yeah, okay. Like, I did it with the elbow straight last time, and it worked just fine. The instructions want you to do it with the elbow bent. I'm not gonna lie, I think I liked my way better. This is a lot messier. Trying to figure out where it fits in there. Whereas before, it was very obvious where it fit in there. Then we want the, yeah, that bit down and inside there. That plugs onto that. Then I14 is down here. And we want the T intersection facing up. Should be the correct orientation on that. So, onto here, onto here, onto here. Boom. And then straighten that back out. And then 11 and 12 just kind of meeting around the wrist here. It wants 11 to go on first, but we will do that. And it wants 11 on the outside. So get this lined up. All right, and then 12. wonder why it wants that in that order. Does it matter? I have no idea. Okay. 11, 12 done. Next up, I-1 Part 8. That wants this slotted into the back of L3 Part 25. L3 Part 25. Aha, we're back over to here. We gotta watch the pegs on this, because these are important. And watch for anything that needs cleaning up. I mean, there was a third connection point on there. Don't know where it went. Oh, it was right there. Okay, we're good. Then, fit this into the back of this. Okay. Then push this whole thing onto the inside of the arm. Without that bit popping out. Okay, cool. And then L324, and that is the end of L3. Alright. And L324, it wants, oh god, you'd be able to see how this is supposed to be aligned. It wants this bit here to match up with that. Okay, good. Next up, L4, that can go. L421, getting to the end of the arms. Yeah, thankfully that second arm usually is going to go faster, because you've already seen how it all fits together, so you can trust yourself a little bit. You do know what you're doing. So step one, this bit with the thing outwards onto slightly higher up on the back of this, but doesn't really need to be perfect. And then I-17. Okay. One thing I do like about this is that I was like, oh, these are all mirrored. They're not even mirrored. Like, this piece is in the same orientation on either arm. Which is like, yeah, definitely very, very blocky industrial robotic. And I like that that works out that way. It's just kind of neat. Real quick, we need to get that onto there, and then this over the top of that. And squeeze that all into place, and now we should have a functioning door that will actually click into place there. Beautiful. Alright. Flatten that wrist out a little bit. All the pistons in that wrist covered up too. There's a bunch of working pistons inside of there. Never going to see those again. And then I-1 Part 9. And then that is the end of L4 and I1. And then we just got to put the hand cover on, and we're done. And then we just got to do the head. Alright, slide you over that so that you're locking those bits in place. Give it a squeeze. Model's looking very good. Yeah, we are coming along. How's it going, Stubbs? It is making progress. Matter of fact, when it comes down to the actual Gundam bit of this Gundam, we're about to start the last step. So all I should need here is part K1, M1, which should also be a white piece, yes. And then N3, which should be a red piece. Alright. N3 part 4. Like we're coming down to the end of it here. I will not be doing all the weapons and everything else today. So they stayed home, was not feeling great, took a nap earlier, now I can't fall asleep. Oh no. Rip. I feel that though. I had a 4-day weekend. That's part of why I'm like, no, I need to make sure that I go lay down, because otherwise I am going to be absolutely wiped when I get back to work, because I have not been on my normal sleep schedule. I've been up building Gundams. It's been super fun. But it is definitely going to have me out of my normal schedule. That said, I am feeling a little tired, so hopefully I'll just be able to go lay down and pass straight out, which will be very nice. Alright, we're just gonna clean up these bits here. Beautiful. Almost New Year's. Alright. N3 fits onto the face with that bit down. Now it looks like it goes around that kind of central piece. And then N1 forms a mask over the top of that. Oh, now he's looking better. Next up, K4 and 5. This is K4. Just getting this cleaned up. And then we'll slide this into spot. Making sure there's nothing else that's looking like it needs any touch up. Good. K4 goes in, rates facing forward on this side of the head. How do we just give that a squeeze? Okay. Let's get this cleaned up here. There's a last little bit down on there. Alright. Gotta get that over this. Alright, come on. Get together there. Alright. And then K2, which has undergates on it, so we're going to need to watch when we cut it to make sure we cut the attachment points properly, because there's going to be some bit left on the piece after we cut it off the sprue. And we need to make sure we get that cleaned off. I see it right there. So just under either of these, we'll just make sure that's nice and smooth. This is a little tricky, but we'll get it. That should be... That should be perfect. Alright. And this goes... That's the visor, okay. How do we get that in there? This goes into here. Give that a squeeze so it's in place. Now we're getting somewhere. Alright, next up. M4 and 2. Start with 2. We've almost got this. It looks like this is hinged, because there weren't enough moving parts on this guy. Alright, so M2 goes on from the back into this slot in the back of the head, and I'm assuming just kind of flush up against there. Yeah, covering the side. Alright, same on the other side. He's almost done. Little bit there to carve out. Alright. Into the back, clip that down. Make sure that's in place. Alright, good. Next up, M part 1. M1 part, wait, M1 part 3, there we go. That's not right. That wasn't right at all. M1 part 3. Alright. there's one more bit down along the side here. This looks like it's going to go over the top. It pushes in. Oh, this, I see. This can flip. So this is going to go in. This is going to go. Oh, this goes down a ways. Okay, this goes in on either side of that and then down into there. Okay, and that kind of pushes in. And this is going to be able to, like, pivot up. Alright. Last bit. For this step is to put the back of the head on. Okay. Trying to again see where this one came off. This one was well placed, so it came off very cleanly. Not a lot of cleanup needed. Just gonna turn it over. Look for anything that looks rough, or anything that feels rough. Make sure we got it squared off. Alright. Divot on that side. Back of head in place. So this can now like pop open a little. These side panels should be able to, if you find the right angle, pop open, maybe. Yeah, there you go. You can actually slide that open just to get a little bit of a look at the frame in there. Not a huge amount of range of motion on that, but that's okay. And then that big old boy there. Sure that's looking clean. All right. Push that into his head. Did I put the hand guard in the back of that other hand? I don't think I did. We'll do that. Hold up. What did I just bump into on the table there? Oh, hand guards. Right, we got to do those. Get that last hand guard put in before we wrap it up here today. And we'll put the lights back in and we'll turn on the lights. Now that we've got everything all assembled, we'll light them up. See what that looks like. Because it should look pretty cool. Now that we've got everything all together. Alright, this just needs to go onto the front of you. I said, this just needs to go onto the front of you. There it goes. And that's the end of that. He's pretty much done. I was like, the only other thing there's really left to do on him is all the stickers and then all the accessories. But like, oh yeah, we gotta put that handguard on him too. Hold up. So I think we'll do one more part where I do all the accessories and stuff. Let me take a look at some posing options and whatever. I'm thinking my plan is going to be a beam rifle in one hand and either the other hand free, or if I can do the rifle clipped into the shield and the shield across his back, we might do that because that would look pretty cool. And then we'll just leave his other hand free. Be like one beam sword, one hand free, the other beam sword sticking off. Alright. So now, if I want to put the lights in, we should just need to pull the arms out a little bit, remove the backpack. Sweet. Make sure that stays in place when we do this. Alright. Remove this plate here. Remove this entire head bit. And then we want the switch on the downside. And this whole thing goes into here. And then this whole thing goes back into here. Back plate on. Backpack back in place. Get the arms in position. Okay. Get this goofy little core module in there. Get this whole thing over the top of this. Oh wait, core module's already loosed. So stupid. It's a fun idea, but in practice, it's a bit of a mess. Okay. Lift that up. Slide the torso over that. Then we need to get the torso lifted back, slide that in. And get this pressed down onto there so that it's in place. And in theory, we've got working lights, we've got working lights in the chest. There should be multiple colors where all I have to do is like, I should just have to pull this chest plate and then release it. So I'll pull it forward and pop it in. I said, oh, that's already coming apart because it doesn't like any motion. Or the entire center of this thing just comes out of socket because that stupid core fighter gimmick makes a very weak joint at the waist. Can I do this? How are you supposed to do this now? Go to the page in here that tells me this again so I can see what it's telling me to do. It says, want to activate the light, what you need to do is move while the chest is bent backwards. You should just be able to pop it out and back in, and then you get a bit of light. Okay, yeah. It's a little goofy. Activating the light is a bit of a pain in the ass. It must be said. Okay, well, whatever. We'll figure that out later. We can play with that more at a later date. But I think, overall, all things said and done, if I can get this all to like push back into there so I can lay him down, that is pretty much done. Like, we gotta do all the stickers and stuff. And we gotta do the shield and the beam rifle and everything like that, but I mean, he's basically good to go at this point. That is insane. That is such a cool project. And yeah, like I said, we're gonna do the shield and the beam rifle and the beam saber, plasma rifle and plasma saber. I don't remember what the hell are these things called. I don't remember what they call these Gundams weapon things. What have we got here? We've got a beam rifle and beam sabers. It's all beams. Everything's all beams. Got it. And then the shield, which has a couple mounting options. And yeah, then there's like the core fighter, which is going to be like a little transforming ship with a pilot in it. That's going to be able to like replace that core module I've got in there. And you could like pop the torso off to remove it and have it transform into the core fighter if you want. If you gave this to a kid on Christmas, this is like you have one Christmas. Like, this would be so many hours of futzing and playing around with this thing. Like, it is insane how posable and how cool this is. I mean, it looks awesome just as is. Like, even without any paint or stickers on it yet, this thing looks incredible. I'm going to be doing the full stickers and everything. Like, that's absolutely a thing I'm going to do. And I'm going to try to maybe do a little bit of paint here and there just to, like, touch up some areas that look like they could really use it. Got bits that don't look right. Why is that down? I don't want that down. I want that up. Push that in, and that should bring that up. Yeah, okay. There we go. But yeah, this is insane. Like, very, very cool. Is it all is ready for play just mounted? I mean, it's all plastic, so like, whatever. You could definitely like move it and pose it and do whatever you want with it. You know, just fine. And it's all push fit too. Like, there's nothing glue on here, so like, worst case scenario, it pops apart and you just pop it back together again. For the most part, unless you really break something, but like, you'd have to really be messing around to break something on this thing. Like, it's the push fit does give it that that resilience of like, yeah, because there's nothing glue in here, like, it's pretty easy to pop anything back together that pops out of place. Yeah, we're gonna call it a part there for now. I am gonna go get myself some sleep, and we'll be back probably tomorrow night, finishing up the last little odds and ends bits of this, getting all the weapons built together, getting them all set up. I probably won't do the stickers tomorrow. I'll probably just post a picture of the stickers, because like, I'm not gonna sit here and spend hours just putting stickers on a model. There's a whole guide at the back of this. Yeah, no, I have not forgotten the raid. Don't worry. There's a whole guide at the back of this for like where all the metallic stickers go, and then like somewhere in here there's a like check sheet of like all the regular stickers and where they all go. So if you want to make sure you got everything in the perfect exact right spot, you can do all that, get it all looking dead on exactly the way it should, which I'm going to do. I'm going to go through and do all the stickers all the way through all of it. It's kind of amazing to me how many stickers are like inside of this that will never be seen again. There's a bunch of them in there right now that, like, yeah, you're just never going to see that again unless you like pop the armor panels off. They are completely covered up for good. But yeah, I am very pleased with the way this thing turned out. It is already in a fantastic state. Admittedly, I say that. Let's take a look here. This was 5 hours today, right, basically. I have done 4 hours, about 5 hours, about 2 hours, so 9, 11, about 16 hours of building at this point to get it to this bit. So like you get your money's worth, 16 hours worth of construction on this boy to get it going. Okay, these stickers I'm not using. There's like reflective stickers you can put over the eyes and on the like lit bits on the head if you're not planning to use the lighting kit. I'm using the lighting kit because like I've never had a lit model before, especially not one that came with everything you need to have it lit up. So we're just going to use that. But yeah, this is it. We're going to call it apart. I'm going to raid, I have this in my thing, Lumen AU. Let me real quick set this boy down on his back and get this set back up here. I want to make sure that's right. Are they still live? I just want to make sure they are still live and good to go before we top in there. Yeah, they're still doing Stalker? All right, beautiful. Let me get that copied over. Thank you again, Musil, for the redeem on that. I always appreciate people using this. Oh, hold up. I gotta do this from my channel. I forgot that I'm not logged in on my Streamlabs right now because for some reason it's saying I'm not logged into Twitch. But yeah, appreciate it. Thank you everybody for joining. Appreciate everybody for stopping in again today. That was fantastic having everybody here for this. Appreciate you again, Cloudy Rain, for the raid earlier. That was very kind of you. We are going to throw in the social media links there. Oh, not in there. I'm not. Right, duh. Because I'd throw it in over here because for some reason Streamlabs thinks I'm not signed into Twitch despite being able to broadcast to Twitch. Don't know how that works, but there's the YouTube where I'll have all the archive VODs of everything we've ever done on the channel. The Blue Sky is where I'll be posting any updates on what we're streaming, when we're streaming it, any changes to the schedule, anything like that will be on there. And then that's about it. Let me start the raid here. If I do this, is that going to be right? That should be it. All right. I will see you all again next time. Take care and bye for now.